Sometimes, the most terrifying crime is the one that never actually happened. And sometimes, the truth hides inside the silence you can't explain. You're watching Dark Pulse, midnight crime stories for sleep, the home of true crime-style psychological thrillers, unsolved mysteries, deep emotional suspense, and chilling mind-twist endings. So tell me, where and when are you watching from tonight? Somewhere quiet, somewhere dark. Because this story will make you question what's real, what's imagined, and what guilt truly sounds like. A murder that never happened. They say nothing bad ever happens in Port Lorne, Maine, a small coastal town where the fog rolls in before dawn, wrapping the streets like a blanket, and every stranger's face feels familiar. But one night changed that belief forever. The rain had been falling for hours. Streetlights flickered, gulls screamed above the docks, and the sound of thunder echoed across the empty roads. At 11:37 p.m., a silver Toyota Camry stood abandoned near Hawthorne Bridge. The headlights were on, the driver's door open, engine cold. Detective Mark Ellison was the first to arrive. He stepped out of his car, rainwater dripping from his coat, the smell of salt and gasoline in the air. For a moment, he just stood there, listening to the hum of the bridge cables singing in the wind. "Dispatch. I'm at the scene," he said quietly. "Car's empty. No sign of the driver." The dispatcher's voice cracked through the radio. "Name's Emily Carter, 29. Local nurse at St. Mary's Hospital. Last seen leaving the night shift 2 hours ago." Emily Carter. The name echoed in Mark's mind like an old memory. He peeked inside the car. Purse on the seat, wallet untouched, keys in the ignition. No struggle, no footprints. Just one thing lying on the passenger floor, a half-burnt photograph. A woman's face, smiling faintly, her other half turned to ash. Mark picked it up carefully. "Who were you smiling at, Emily?" he whispered. A flash of lightning lit the bridge, and for an instant Mark thought he saw someone standing at the far end, a silhouette watching him. When he blinked, it was gone. By morning, Port Lorne was buzzing, the town's only cafe filled with whispers. Missing woman, suspicious boyfriend, maybe a serial killer. Local news called it the perfect murder mystery in a quiet town. But Detective Ellison didn't believe in perfect murders. He believed in patterns and lies. Back at the station, the chief pushed a folder across the desk. "Her boyfriend, Ryan Hale," the chief said. "He was the last to see her. They fought that night." "Any witnesses?" Mark asked. "A neighbor heard shouting. Blood found in his car trunk." "Matched?" "Not yet, but the press already decided he did it." Mark frowned. "Then we better make sure there was even a murder to begin with." He opened the folder again. Something felt off. Emily's hospital schedule ended abruptly 3 days before her disappearance. Her supervisor's signature, missing. Her medical license, revoked months earlier. How could a woman who didn't officially exist vanish without a trace? That night, Mark drove to Emily's apartment. The landlord, an old woman named Mrs. Kepler, stood trembling by the door. She was a sweet girl, the woman said, paid rent in cash, kept to herself, but she hesitated, eyes darting. 2 men came here last week, black suits, asked for her. "Government?" Mark asked. "Said they were from the health department, but they didn't carry badges." Inside, the apartment smelled of lavender and burnt paper. Drawers half empty. No photos, no letters, no personal files. Only one thing left behind, a small USB drive taped under the kitchen table. Mark slid it into his laptop back at the office. The screen blinked once, then opened a single folder titled "For Daniel." Inside, audio recordings. He pressed play. "If you're hearing this," a woman's voice whispered, "they've found me. I need you to trust no one, especially not the police." Mark froze. Emily's voice. But who was Daniel? 2 days later, across town, Daniel Rowe sat alone in his small office, the blinds drawn, a whiskey glass sweating on the desk. Once he'd been a celebrated defense lawyer, known for turning hopeless cases around. Now he handled wills and divorces, anything that didn't remind him of the night his wife died. A thick envelope lay on his desk, no return address. Inside, a note written in neat black ink. Defend Ryan Hale. You owe us, or she dies again. Daniel stared at the attached photo. It was his wife, smiling, alive. His hands shook. He read it again and again until the letters blurred. It had to be a joke. She'd been gone 5 years. He buried her himself. A knock on the door startled him. Detective Mark Ellison stood there, rain-soaked coat over one arm. You're Daniel Rowe? That's me. Who's asking? Port Lorne PD. I need to talk about Emily Carter. Daniel blinked. Never heard of her. Then why did she leave a message for you? Mark replied, tossing the USB drive on his desk. The voice from the recording filled the room. Emily's voice again, pleading, terrified. Daniel, they made me someone else. Please don't let them find me. The lawyer's throat tightened. What the hell is this? That's what I'm trying to find out, Mark said quietly. But whoever she was, she trusted you. Daniel looked at the photo of his wife again, then at the name Emily Carter. Something deep in his mind flickered, like a forgotten dream returning. She sounds like her, he murmured. Like who? My wife. Mark leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Then maybe your wife's death wasn't what it seemed either. Silence. The air between them thickened with dread. Outside, thunder rolled again, shaking the glass windows. Daniel picked up the note, tracing the words, You owe us. He knew that handwriting. He whispered, It can't be her. Mark replied softly, Or maybe, Daniel. It always was. The lights flickered. The USB drive ejected on its own. The computer screen turned black, flashing a single sentence. Case activated. Subject 47. Mark and Daniel stared at each other, both realizing the same thing. The real mystery had just begun. Rain still whispered against the glass as Mark and Daniel sat in silence. The computer screen had gone dark, but that single line, Case activated, Subject 47, burned inside their minds. Mark broke the silence first. Whoever wrote this message knows you, Daniel. Maybe better than you know yourself. Daniel rubbed his temples, eyes tired and distant. Subject 47. Sounds like an experiment, not a case file. Maybe it's both, Mark said. A true crime story wrapped in something much darker. He slid the burned photograph across the desk. Half of Emily's face smiled at them from the torn paper, her other half lost to ash. Daniel stared at it like he was looking into a mirror. Where did you find this? Inside her car at Hawthorne Bridge. That's impossible, Daniel muttered. My wife's accident happened on that same bridge 5 years ago. The detective's expression hardened. So tell me, Daniel, are you sure she died? The question hit like a bullet. Daniel tried to speak, but no words came. He remembered the crash, the fire, the way her hands slipped from his grip. But what if memory itself was lying? They drove to the old Carter residence near Elm Street, the rain following them like a shadow. The house looked abandoned. Ivy climbed the porch railings and the mailbox overflowed with letters marked, Return to Sender. Mark pushed the door open, unlocked. Inside, the air was thick with dust and lavender. Daniel's flashlight swept across empty frames, cracked wallpaper, and one wall covered with photographs, dozens of faces connected by red threads. At the center, Emily Carter, smiling. Around her, strangers labeled with dates and file numbers. It's like an evidence board, Mark said softly. But for what? Maybe for who? Daniel whispered. A loud creak echoed from the hallway. Both turned, flashlights raised. The door at the end slowly opened by itself, revealing a small study. On the desk lay a folder titled The Hawthorne Project. Daniel opened it, pages filled with psychological assessments, memory tests, and a line that read, Primary subjects: Mark Ellison, Law Enforcement Behavior Study, Daniel Rowe, Defense Mechanism Experiment. His heart stopped. Mark, our names are in here. The detective's pulse quickened. That can't be right. This must be planted. Planted by who? Daniel snapped. We're the only ones who even know about this place. Thunder cracked outside as if the sky itself tried to drown their voices. The lights flickered. A moment later, an old landline phone on the desk began to ring. Neither moved. It rang again, slow, deliberate, almost mocking. Mark reached for it and lifted the receiver. Detective Ellison, he said. You shouldn't be there, a woman's voice replied. Calm, cold, familiar. Emily, he asked, you need to leave before you remember too much. Click. Silence. Daniel stared at him. What did she say? She said we should forget. Forget what? Ourselves. They left the house, hearts pounding, rain masking their fear. Back in the car, Daniel's phone buzzed. Unknown number. He answered. Mr. Rowe, a man's voice said. Return to Black Ridge Island. You've been recalled. Who is this? You know who I am. You just don't remember. The line died. Mark looked at him, realization dawning. That's the same name I saw in an old case file years ago on Black Ridge Island. Closed facility. Government-funded unsolved murders. They said it was a mental health center. Or a prison for people like us, Daniel replied. They exchanged a glance, and fear and curiosity tangled together. Whatever waited on that island, it was the key to Emily, to the letter, to everything. Before leaving town, Daniel stopped by the cemetery where his wife was supposedly buried. The grave was soaked with rain, the headstone chipped by time. He knelt beside it and brushed the dirt away. But when he touched the ground, it gave way, fresh soil, not packed. He dug frantically until his fingers hit wood. He opened the coffin, empty. His breath caught in his throat. Mark stood frozen behind him. No body, Mark whispered, just like Emily. Daniel looked up, tears mixing with rain. Then this was never a grave. It was a warning. Lightning slashed across the sky. Somewhere in the distance, sirens wailed. That night, Daniel couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw flashes. A hospital room, a mirror, a woman whispering his name. He woke drenched in sweat, the same phrase echoing in his mind. Subject 47. He walked to the mirror and stared at his reflection. For a split second, it wasn't him staring back. It was Emily. He stumbled backward, breath uneven. The reflection smiled. You're almost awake, Daniel, it said. The mirror cracked, splintering down the center. At dawn, Mark showed up at his door again. He looked pale, sleepless, eyes bloodshot. We need to leave now. They're coming. Who? Daniel asked. The same people who made you bury an empty coffin. Daniel grabbed his coat, the USB drive, and the folder labeled Hawthorne Project. As they headed toward the highway, the town behind them looked almost peaceful. Too peaceful. Mark whispered, Ever get the feeling we're part of someone else's story? Yeah, Daniel said quietly, watching the fog rise over the bridge. But what if we're not the heroes? The engine started, rain fell harder, and the road to Black Ridge Island awaited. The ferry to Black Ridge Island left only once a week. That morning, the fog was so thick the ocean looked like smoke swallowing the horizon. Daniel and Mark waited near the pier, both pretending this was still a normal investigation. But deep down they knew it wasn't. "You sure about this?" Mark asked. "No," Daniel said. "But the truth's not waiting back there." A fisherman nearby whispered to another, glancing at them. "That island's cursed. People go there, never come back." Daniel looked up. "Maybe they just stop existing," he said quietly. The ferry's horn groaned through the mist. They boarded, silent, the sea wind cold and heavy. Waves slapped against the hull, and every creak of metal sounded like a heartbeat. Halfway across, Daniel opened the folder again. Pages were damp, but one photo caught his eye. A facility marked Behavioral Reconstruction Wing. Under it, two names typed neatly: Ellison, Mark; Rowe, Daniel. He turned the page. Medical reports, psychological notes, brain scan images, each one labeled with his own signature. "What is this, Mark?" "I don't know," the detective replied. "But it looks like they've been studying us." Daniel's voice trembled. "Then who's been writing the reports?" Before Mark could answer, the ferry lights flickered. A voice came over the intercom, flat, mechanical. "Welcome back, subjects 47 and 48. Passengers turned in confusion, but there were none, just empty benches. Daniel felt his pulse race. That voice. It said, "Welcome back." The engine roared louder, and the shoreline vanished behind the fog. So when they reached the island, two uniformed guards escorted them through rusted gates. The sign overhead read, "Black Ridge Institute, Center for Cognitive Restoration." The air smelled of iodine and fear. Inside, the halls were white and humming with fluorescent light. Doors lined both sides, labeled with patient numbers instead of names. Somewhere far away, a woman screamed, then silence. A tall man in a gray suit approached them. "Mr. Rowe, Detective Ellison, follow me." Daniel hesitated. "Who are you?" "Dr. Reeves. I've been waiting for this session for years." They were led into a glass-walled room overlooking the sea. On the table, a stack of old case files. Reeves opened the first. "Emily Carter," he read aloud. "False identity number 117, created for empathy calibration experiments." "What are you talking about?" Mark demanded. "You both volunteered for a study to test the boundaries of guilt and reality. Your memories were adjusted to simulate a perfect, unsolved murder." Daniel shook his head. "No, I never volunteered." "Everyone says that," Reeves replied calmly. "Until they remember why." He pressed a button on the wall. A monitor flickered on, showing surveillance footage. Daniel signing papers, shaking Reeves's hand, smiling. Mark stepped back. "This can't be real." "Real," Reeves said, "is just the story your mind believes." The lights dimmed. A different screen lit up. Emily Carter, alive, sitting in a therapy chair, electrodes on her temples. Her voice trembling but clear. "He has to believe I'm dead. That's the only way to measure remorse." Daniel's chest tightened. "She's alive?" "Alive, reconstructed," Reeves corrected. "She was part of the simulation. Her disappearance triggered your guilt response." Mark slammed his hand on the table. "You played us like lab rats." "No," Reeves said. "You made yourselves lab rats." Daniel's breath came faster. The room began to spin. He heard echoes, sirens, voices, the same sentence looping in his mind. "Case activated. Subject 47. He whispered, "Why can't I remember anything before her?" Reeves smiled faintly. "Because there was no before. We wrote you into the story." The glass behind them suddenly shattered. An alarm blared. Smoke filled the hallway. Someone had pulled the fire system. "Run!" Mark shouted. They burst into the corridor, chaos around them, patients screaming, red lights flashing, guards shouting orders. Daniel grabbed the nearest folder from an open cart labeled confidential and bolted through an emergency exit. Outside, the storm had returned. Rain lashed their faces as they ran toward the docks. The sea roared like it wanted to swallow the island whole. But when they reached the gate, it was locked. Behind them, sirens howled closer. Daniel turned to Mark. "We have to find another way." "There's a maintenance tunnel near the generator." They sprinted through the mud, every flash of lightning revealing shadows chasing them. As they reached the tunnel, Daniel's foot hit something half buried in the ground. A metal tag. He picked it up. Subject 47. Row, Daniel. Status, terminated. He froze. "Terminated," he whispered. "They think I'm dead." "Then let's prove them wrong," Mark said. They slid into the tunnel, darkness closing around them. The only sound was their breathing and the distant hum of generators. Halfway through, Daniel stopped. "What if none of this is real?" "What do you mean?" Mark asked. "What if we're still inside whatever experiment they built?" Mark turned slowly. Would it matter? For a moment, neither spoke. The tunnel ended in a small door leading to an old boathouse. Rain drummed on the roof like gunfire. A single boat waited, engine ready. As Mark started it, Daniel glanced back at the island. Lights flashing, sirens echoing like a dying heartbeat. Something deep inside told him this escape was too easy. He climbed aboard, but before the boat moved, he noticed a reflection in the window beside him. Emily's face, pale and calm, whispering, "You can't leave until you remember." The engine roared. Mark yelled over the wind, "What did you say?" "Nothing," Daniel lied. The island faded behind the fog. For the first time in days, there was silence, but not peace. Hours later, as dawn broke, they reached the mainland. Mark docked the boat and sighed in relief. "We're free," he said. Daniel stared at the horizon. Free from what exactly? He opened the stolen folder. The first page made his blood run cold. Project Mirror, Phase 2, activation pending. Below it, his own signature. And Mark's. He looked up slowly. Mark's eyes flickered strangely under the sunrise. Distant, glassy. "Mark." "Yeah? When's the last time you actually slept?" "I don't sleep," Mark said softly. "I observe." Daniel stepped back. "What are you?" Mark smiled faintly. "Part of the control group." The sound of waves drowned his next words. Daniel dropped the folder. Papers scattered across the dock, pages soaking in seawater. Each one carried the same phrase printed in red ink. Subject 47, trial ongoing. And somewhere far away in a hidden control room, Dr. Reeves watched the monitors and whispered, "Let's see how long he keeps believing." The morning after their escape felt unreal. The world looked normal again. Birds, traffic, the smell of coffee. But none of it felt alive. Daniel and Mark walked through the crowded docks like ghosts who'd forgotten their purpose. "We need to disappear," Mark muttered. "They'll look for us." "Disappear?" Daniel's voice cracked. "I don't even know who us is anymore." They checked into a cheap motel off Highway 19, the kind of place that never asked for IDs. Inside, the neon sign outside blinked through the curtains, painting the room in blood-red light. Daniel sat on the bed, clutching the folder labeled Project Mirror, the pages still damp from seawater. "They wrote my life," he whispered. "My wife, Emily, every memory I have. It's just code on paper." "Then we'll find who's writing it," Mark said firmly. Daniel looked up. "You sound sure." Mark smiled faintly. That's what you programmed me for. The air turned heavy. Daniel blinked. What? Mark looked confused for a second, then rubbed his temples. Forget it, just a joke. But Daniel couldn't forget. Down at midnight, Daniel dreamed of the island again. Corridors dripping with seawater, voices whispering his name. He woke, gasping. Beside him, the motel TV had turned on by itself. Static hissed, then the screen flickered to life. A woman's face appeared, Emily's. Pale, calm. Hello, Daniel, she said. You made it to phase 2. He froze. Emily? No. Just her memory, but that's close enough. The voice was smooth, synthetic. We need you to keep believing the investigation is real. Guilt sustains the experiment. I'm done playing, he shouted. Then we'll stop your heart. The screen went black. Daniel grabbed the remote and threw it across the room. The crash woke Mark. What happened? They're still watching us, Daniel said, and we never left that place. Mark frowned, walked to the TV, and opened the back panel. A small metallic chip blinked with a red light. They planted a transmitter, he muttered. We're tagged. Then cut it out. You say that like it's simple. He ripped the chip free. The light died, but a faint buzzing filled the room. A low hum, deep inside their skulls. Daniel clutched his head. Do you hear that? Yeah, Mark whispered. It's not in the room, it's inside us. By dawn, they were already on the road again. Their car raced through endless pine forests, fog curling over the asphalt like smoke from the underworld. Every mile felt like running from a shadow that refused to stay behind. Daniel flipped through the folder again. One page caught his eye. A report titled Memory Cycle Protocol Phase 2 Reality Distortion. Below it, a warning. Subjects may experience confusion between created and authentic experiences. Advise limiting exposure to emotional triggers. He looked at Mark. We're the subjects. Yeah. Then who's controlling us now? Maybe nobody, Mark said. Maybe we just keep running because the story says we should. Daniel gripped the steering wheel. Then I'll rewrite it. They reached St. Mary's Hospital, Emily's old workplace. It had been shut down months before her disappearance, but someone had recently restored power. Inside, the corridors were still, machines humming faintly, computers blinking as if waiting. A single door bore her name, Dr. Emily Carter, Neuroscience Division. Daniel pushed it open. The office was immaculate. On the desk sat a hard drive labeled Mirror Server Backup. Mark plugged it into a laptop. Hundreds of video logs appeared, interviews, therapy sessions, test recordings. The first clip began automatically. Emily sat under bright light, her voice calm. Session 39. Subject 47 showing increased empathy toward fabricated victim scenarios, proceeding with Phase 2. Objective? Determine at what point guilt overrides self-preservation. Daniel's hands shook. She was studying me. Looks that way. He played another clip. Emily again whispering to someone off-screen. He thinks he's my husband now. That means the transfer worked. Daniel stepped back, heart racing. I'm not her husband, I'm her experiment. The screen flickered, then shifted to static. A line of text appeared. Subject 47, observation active. Mark slammed the laptop shut. They're tracking the feed. We have to move. Outside, a black SUV turned the corner, headlights slicing through fog. Daniel and Mark sprinted to the back exit. Gunshots cracked behind them. Glass shattered. Alarms blared. They darted down an alley and ducked behind a dumpster, gasping for air. Daniel's pulse hammered. They knew we'd come here. Because it's still part of the simulation, Mark whispered. He pulled a small metallic object from his pocket. Another chip, still blinking faintly. Found this in my neck an hour ago. Daniel stared. You removed it? Almost, but not all of it. Before Daniel could speak, Mark winced and collapsed, convulsing. The chip in his hand sparked, smoking. Daniel knelt beside him. Mark, stay with me, Mark gasped, eyes wide. They're inside my head. Then his body went still. Daniel froze, shaking, unsure if Mark was dead or simply gone somewhere he couldn't reach. The chip's light faded to black. He looked around, no sign of pursuit now. The world felt suddenly too quiet, too staged. Streetlights blinked in perfect rhythm. The air itself didn't move. He whispered, "This isn't real." A voice behind him answered softly, "But the pain is." He turned. Emily stood there alive, eyes calm, expression unreadable. You were never supposed to escape, Daniel. Why? Because you're not outside the experiment. You're the experiment. He backed away slowly. Then end it. I can't, she said. You haven't confessed yet. Confessed to what? To the murder that never happened. The words cut through him like a blade. Emily stepped closer. Her reflection shimmered in the puddles, but something was wrong. Her reflection smiled before she did. You killed the real Mark years ago, she whispered. We rebuilt him to help you face it. No, Daniel said, shaking his head. You buried him under the bridge the same night you thought you lost me. His breath caught. Images flashed. A gun, a struggle, blood on his hands, the river swallowing everything. I didn't mean to. Intent doesn't erase consequence, she said gently. But the world needed to know what guilt looks like when it believes itself innocent. Daniel dropped to his knees, hands trembling. Then what am I now? A memory, she replied. One still learning what it means to be human. Thunder rolled above. The rain began again. Emily faded with the mist, leaving Daniel alone under the flickering streetlight. He whispered to the empty air, If the murder never happened, why does it hurt so much? No answer came, just the hum of distant machines watching, recording, waiting for Phase 3 to begin. The motel room smelled like damp carpet and cheap soap. Daniel sat on the edge of the bed, his hands still shaking. Outside, trucks rolled by on the highway, their rumble passing like distant thunder. He stared at the spot where Emily had stood, at the space where her voice still hovered like smoke that refused to clear. He whispered to the empty room, If I'm a memory, why am I the one who can't forget? The TV clicked on by itself. A courtroom appeared on the screen, empty benches, a lonely flag, a judge's chair waiting. Then the words scrolled across the bottom like a news alert. Court in session, the people versus subject 47. Daniel stood slowly. No, he said, shaking his head. Not yet. The bathroom light flickered. Behind the door, the mirror creaked as if something leaned against it from the other side. He forced himself to look. For a heartbeat, he saw a different face in the glass, his own, but older. Eyes colder, mouth set in a line he didn't recognize. The reflection spoke first. You're late to your own trial. Daniel gripped the sink until the metal sang. I didn't kill anyone. Then why are you so careful not to look at the river in your head? The reflection said softly. Why does the Hawthorne Bridge feel like a wound? Because they put it there, Daniel hissed. Because this is a psychological thriller built to break me. Or to fix you, the mirror said. Real crime, unsolved case, dark secrets, those words sell stories, they don't heal men. The light went out. In the sudden darkness, Daniel heard the mirror breathe. He backed away, heartbeat raw and loud, and the room steadied again. Television off, bathroom quiet. neon humming through the curtains like a vein. A knock came at the door, not a pounding. 3 soft taps. Daniel waited. The taps came again. He opened it. Mark stood there, pale, shivering, eyes unfocused like he'd just walked out of the ocean. He said nothing, just stepped in and sank onto the chair, hands dangling, palms up. Each palm marked by a faint circle. Healed punctures. "You were dead," Daniel whispered. "I was paused," Mark replied. "They turned off my noise." "You said it yourself. You observe. And you confess," Mark said gently. "That's why we're a pair." Daniel closed the door and slid the bolt. "She told me I buried you." "I know," Mark said. "She told me you saved me." "Which one is true?" "The one that hurts you more," Mark answered almost kindly. Silence pooled between them. A train horn bled through the night. Somewhere a couple argued in the next room, their words too muffled to matter. Daniel opened the folder again, even though he knew every page by now. Project Mirror, Phase 2, Reality Distortion. A footnote he'd missed before caught his eye. If subject resists narrative collapse, introduce counter-memory via anchor witnesses. He looked up. "We need witnesses." "We don't have any," Mark said. "Then we make them remember," Daniel replied. "If this is a true crime story, someone else knows a piece of it." They left the motel before dawn. The air was cold enough to bite. Their breath climbed into the dark like smoke signals no one would read. They drove to Port Lorne Diner, the same place where gossip turned to gospel. Inside, the room smelled of coffee and butter. The clatter of plates, a fragile kind of comfort. An old jukebox murmured a song too sad to dance to. The waitress recognized Mark first. "Detective," she said softly, as if the word needed church manners. "Rough night?" "Always," Mark replied, voice level. "You remember Emily Carter?" Her eyes flicked to the clock as if time could help her decide. "The missing nurse? Of course. She used to sit right there on night shift breaks. Ordered pie without touching it." "Did she come here the night she disappeared?" Daniel asked. "No," the waitress said. "She said she couldn't come back after what happened on the bridge." Daniel leaned in. "What happened on the bridge?" The bell over the door jingled. A man in a navy coat shuffled in, kept his hat on, took the stool at the end. He watched them in the chrome reflection of the coffee machine. The waitress dropped her voice. "I shouldn't say." "Say it anyway," Mark said, not unkindly. She swallowed. "She told me she'd seen a man go over the side. She said she heard a gunshot first. She was shaking so bad I had to hold her hands still to pour the tea." "Whose hands?" Daniel asked. "Her hands," the waitress said. "Emily's hands." "What day was that?" 5 years ago, she said. "Same night you lost your wife, Mr. Rowe." The word you cut clean. Daniel didn't remember telling her his name. The man at the end of the counter stood, left money, and walked out without ordering. Mark watched him go. "He knew we were coming." "How?" Daniel asked. "Because this is still their room," Mark said. "We're just renting it." They followed the man into the parking lot. He walked toward the edge of town, toward the fog that rested on the road like a sleeping animal. He didn't hurry. They didn't either. "Excuse me," Daniel called. "Sir." The man didn't turn. "Who are you?" Mark asked. "A name you gave me," the man said, "and a face you don't want." He stopped at the crosswalk and waited even though there were no cars. "You're an anchor," Daniel said. "Today," the man agreed. "Yesterday I was a judge. Tomorrow I might be a pastor. Depends on what you need to believe." They stood with him, 3 shadows sharing the same breath. "Did I kill someone on the bridge?" Daniel asked. "Do you want mercy or facts?" the man said. "Facts." "You were not alone," the man said. "That's the beginning and the end of most tragedies. Was it Mark? You were not alone, the man repeated gently. And you're still not. He crossed the empty street and dissolved into fog as if it opened a door just for him. When Daniel and Mark reached the same spot, there was no door, only the taste of salt and iron on the air. They returned to the car. Neither spoke for a long time. If the program uses anchor witnesses, Daniel said at last, then our way out is simple. There isn't one, Mark said. We create a witness they can't script. He drove to St. Jude's Parish, a brick church that stood like a stubborn memory against the sea wind. Inside, candles burned with small, faithful ferocity. A priest sat alone in the second pew, hands steepled, eyes closed, as if listening to a confession that hadn't started yet. Daniel sat beside him. "Father," he said softly, "I need you to tell me something you'll wish you didn't know." The priest opened his eyes. "Confession binds me," he said, "but truth doesn't always need a name." "Then listen," Daniel replied. "On the night 5 years ago, did anyone come to you from the Hawthorne Bridge?" The priest's face shifted into sadness. "A man came. He was shaking like the last leaf on a winter tree. He said he watched someone fall. He said he might have pushed him." "Did he give his name?" "He said his name was Mark," the priest whispered. Mark stood slowly behind them as if gravity had to be convinced. "I don't remember that," he said, "but it feels like a coat I used to own." "Did he say why?" Daniel asked. "He said it was an accident," the priest replied. "He said the other man had a gun. He said it happened in a struggle." Daniel turned to Mark. "If you confess to pushing someone, then the murder never belonged to me. Or it belongs to both of us," Mark said, voice quiet and plain. "Two hands on one moment." The priest touched the back of the pew as if it were a shoulder. "He came back the next morning," he added, "but he had different eyes. He looked at me like we had never met. He called himself someone else." "Who?" Daniel asked. "Daniel," the priest said softly. The candlelight flickered. Something inside the church changed temperature. A bell rang in the tower, though no one pulled the rope. "Identity theft," Daniel murmured. "Mind control. Project Mirror didn't just give us false memories, it braided them." "Two men," Mark said, "one history." "And a crime that may not exist," Daniel added. "A murder investigation built to keep us in orbit." They left the church with the priest's blessing resting on them like a thin blanket. On the steps, Daniel's phone vibrated. A message glowed on the screen. Phase 3 courtroom. An address followed. The old county courthouse, condemned years ago, now reopened by no one in particular. "We don't go," Mark said. "If we don't, they'll write us there anyway," Daniel replied. "At least this way we walk in." They drove in silence. The courthouse loomed from the fog, columns like ribs, windows like eyes that decided to stop blinking. Inside, the air tasted like dust and old paper. The lights hummed alive when they stepped onto the tile. The courtroom was full, not with people, but with presences, shapes that looked like men until you tried to count them. A judge's gavel lay on the bench, clean as a tooth. A voice spoke from everywhere. "All rise." They didn't move. The voice didn't mind. "The people versus Subject 47, it announced. A true crime story with no body, a murder mystery with no death. A psychological crime designed for maximum empathy and minimum certainty." "We want the truth," Daniel said. "You want a verdict," the voice corrected. "Truth is only one of many ways to get there." The doors closed behind them without touching. Daniel felt the room lean in, a living thing with a patient appetite. "Call your first witness," the voice said. Mark looked at Daniel. Daniel looked at the empty stand. "I call Emily Carter," he said. She appeared as if walking out of a paused frame. hair tied back, eyes steady, the picture of calm, clinical kindness. "Do you swear to tell the truth?" the voice asked. "I swear to tell the version that keeps him breathing," she replied. Daniel stepped closer to the rail. "Did I kill you?" "No." "Did I kill anyone?" "You don't have the power to finish anything," she said. "You only start stories." "Then who did?" "You both did," she whispered. "And neither of you did." The room held its breath. Even the dust listened. "Explain," Daniel said. Emily's gaze slipped over them to the jury that wasn't there and the gallery that might have been. "One body went over the bridge," she said, "but not the night you remember." "Whose?" "That," she answered, "is why we built Phase 4. The gavel fell without a hand to drop it. "Recess," the voice announced. "Remember, the mind loves a clean ending. We don't." The lights died. The room became a dark field waiting for lightning. In the black, Daniel felt Mark's shoulder touch his, solid, shaking, human. "We're close," Mark whispered. "To what?" "To the part where the story stops protecting us." They stood in the dark together, and for the first time, Daniel understood the shape of his fear. It wasn't jail or guilt or even death. It was the possibility that the murder truly never happened, and that somewhere beneath the noise, something worse did. Darkness sat in the courtroom like a living thing. You could hear the building breathe, old wood settling, wires humming, a clock ticking somewhere that no one had wound. Daniel didn't move at first. He let the dark press against his face until he could feel the room by memory. The rail, the aisle, the table where lawyers should sit, the bench where judgment pretends to be human. "Mark," he whispered. "I'm here," came the reply, close enough to touch. "Don't run." "I'm not running." "Good, because the doors aren't real tonight." Something clicked to their left. A small square lit up, an emergency sign stuttering green in the black. Under it, a payphone that hadn't existed moments ago began to ring. One slow chime at a time, like a heartbeat on a monitor that doesn't quite believe in life. Daniel reached the receiver. His hand shook, but his voice didn't. "Subject 47, said Emily's calm tone. "Recess is a gift. Use it to change your plea." "I haven't entered one." "You have," she said softly. "Every time you choose what to remember." "Then I plead not guilty." "To what?" "To the murder that never happened." She exhaled. Electric air, clean and cold. "Not guilty is still a story," she murmured. "Try again when you're ready to breathe without a narrative." The line went dead. The phone light faded, then blinked back brighter. Coins clattered in the slot by themselves and fell into nothing. "I hate this place," Mark said, voice steady because someone's had to be. "It turns truth into a mirror maze." "Then we keep a rope," Daniel said. "Two voices, one path." They moved together toward the rail. As they stepped, the dark divided into thin gray layers like curtains taut to part for the right kind of silence. Rows of empty seats appeared. A shape in the judge's chair took form. Not a person, just a robe with the idea of shoulders inside. "Court is reconvened," said the nowhere voice. "Without light?" Daniel asked. "With less," the voice answered. "So your eyes can hear." "I call a witness," Daniel said. "The Hawthorne Bridge." Something shifted. Wind, water, the sour smell of rain on iron. The courtroom floor tilted until the aisle felt like a span over a black river, and a low fog crawled past their shoes. "You're bending the rules," Mark whispered. "Or using them," Daniel replied. Images rose without screens. A rail, a wet hand gripping metal, a gun shaking between two men who looked the same height but wore different gilt. A third figure stood 10 paces back, hair tied, coat soaked, eyes bright with the kind of fear you only respect later. Emily, Daniel breathed. She didn't look at him. She looked at the men. One voice, his, said, "Or drop it." Another voice, also his, but pitched in panic, said, "Don't make me." The gun flashed, no sound, just light. Then the river, opening its mouth. Daniel's throat tightened. "Pause the scene," the voice of the court commanded. Everything froze, the droplet mid-air, the fog in mid-breath, the city, the bridge, the night, caught like a lie between teeth. "Mr. Rowe," the voice said, almost kind, "what do you see?" "I see a struggle," he answered. "Do you see a body fall?" Daniel stared. The fog hid the edge. His mind tried to supply the splash. It couldn't. "No," he said slowly. "I hear a gun. I feel the rail. I don't see a fall." "Good," the voice said. "Because what you cannot see, you tend to invent." The scene dissolved, leaving only the taste of iron and the ache in his hands where a rail should have been. "What are you telling me?" Daniel asked. "That you may be guilty of many things," the court said. "But certainty isn't one of them." Mark stepped closer to the invisible stand. "Then call me," he said. "Call Mark Ellison." "You are already here," the voice replied. "Call the other one," Mark said quietly. "The one I was the night I confessed." A chair scraped behind them. Footsteps came forward, soft, efficient, like a man who refuses to apologize for existing. He stood beside Mark and did not cast a shadow. Same height, same build, different temperature. "Say your name," Daniel said. "Witness," the man answered. "Say who you confess to," Mark pressed. "A priest who collects sorrows," the man said. "He polishes them until they look like forgiveness, then returns them to their owners." "Did we push a man?" Daniel asked. The witness considered the question like a coin he wasn't sure he wanted to spend. "You prevented a death," he said at last. "How?" Mark asked. "By not letting the gun face the river," the witness replied. "You turned it toward the sky. Then the shot went nowhere. Men can drown," the witness finished. "But fear makes an ocean out of weather." Daniel exhaled too hard. His knees nearly went loose. "If the shot went up," he said, "why do I wake with blood on my hands?" "Because you catch people when they fall," the witness said. "Even when they are only falling inside themselves." "Who was the third man?" Mark asked. "Name him." The witness tilted his head. "Phase 4, he said. "Names are paid for in later episodes." The gallery made a sound like pages turning. Daniel steadied his breath, then slipped into the rhythm that had saved him in other lives. Cross-examination as a kind of prayer. "Why did I bury an empty coffin?" "Because grief needs a door," the witness said. "Why did Emily call herself my wife?" "Because empathy was the lever that moved you," he said. "A murder mystery with no body requires a reason to care." "Why me?" "Because you were willing," the witness said gently. "And because you are good at telling yourself the truth until it believes you." Silence held them all. It didn't feel hostile. It felt expensive. The robe in the judge's chair lifted a gavel that wasn't there. "Jury," the voice said. Rows of figures stood without faces. Daniel felt their attention like weather. "Your instruction," the court continued, "is to decide nothing. Not yet. Your task is to watch the defendant learn the shape of his own fear." "We're not entertainment," Daniel said. "Your instruction," the voice replied. "For people who love true crime stories and forget that true is the fragile part." Something changed then. The air grew warmer, the dark leaned back, and the lights rose just enough to remind them that rooms can be kind. "Mr. Rowe," the court said, "you may call one more witness before we adjourn to the question you fear most." "Which question?" he asked. "Who am I when the story stops?" He almost said Emily. He almost said no one. He said, "I call the custodian of Project Mirror." The doors at the back opened without sound. Dr. Reeves entered like a man walking into his own signature. He took the stand and folded his hands the way surgeons do when they've already decided how to save you. "State your name," Daniel said. "Reeves," he answered. "The part of you that tidies up after the experiment. You ran Black Ridge Island." "I ran a hypothesis," he said. "Island is just typography." "Did you stage a murder?" "I staged an empathy engine," Reeves said. "People share crime stories with more attention than they share quiet mercies. I wanted to know whether guilt could be redirected into care. By lying to me. By allowing you to tell a better lie to yourself," Reeves said. "The one where you matter to someone you cannot save." Daniel felt the old defense lawyer wake inside him, the patient hunter who knows when the witness wants to confess and just needs a shape to pour into. "What if I opt out?" he asked. "What if I stop playing?" Reeves smiled without teeth. "Then the experiment ends," he said. "And you find out whether there was ever a you outside of it." Mark touched Daniel's sleeve. "Don't," he murmured. "Why?" Daniel asked. "Because I'm not sure we come with a warranty," Mark said. "And I like existing." Daniel faced Reeves again. "Final question," he said. "Did anyone die on the Hawthorne Bridge?" Reeves didn't answer at once. He looked toward the jurors without faces and then toward the robe without a man and finally at the two of them standing very human in a room that had learned to breathe. "One person lost their name," he said at last. "Sometimes that's worse." "Who?" "Phase 4, Reeves repeated, kind as a blade. "You paid for 3. The court let the quiet stand as if it were a witness too. Then the gavel fell. "Adjourned," the voice said, "until you're ready to proceed to identity." Lights returned fully. The room became ordinary. The phone became a wall. The fog retreated into the memory of weather. Only the ache remained, clean, precise, like a splinter the body knows but the fingers can't find. They stepped into the hall. "We pushed nothing," Mark said, as if reciting a verdict he could live with. "We fired into the sky. We buried an empty box," Daniel said. "We mourned a name." They walked down the steps into air that smelled like rain, deciding whether to stay. "What now?" Mark asked. "Now we stop being defendants," Daniel said. "We investigate. Real investigation. No scripts." "How?" "Find the bridge keeper," Daniel replied. "Every span has one. The person who knows what goes over and what comes back. And if there isn't one, then we invent him," Daniel said. "We make a witness they can't write before we do." They reached the curb. Traffic passed like ordinary life, proving a point. Daniel looked at his hands. They were steady. "This is still a psychological thriller," he said almost to himself. "A crime story, a dark mystery, but I'm done letting it sell me." "Good," Mark said. "Because if the murder never happened," Daniel added, "something else did. And I want the truth that doesn't need an audience." They started toward the river. Behind them, the courthouse shut its eyes and pretended to sleep. Ahead, the town listened, as towns do, eager to turn whatever they found into a story. The wind shifted. Somewhere a bell rang twice. Daniel didn't look back. He kept moving step by step toward the place where names fall and some are caught and some are remade. And one of them, his, would have to decide what it wanted to be when the narrative ran out. The river sounded like it was thinking, low, relentless, as if the Hawthorne Bridge kept a private diary and read it aloud to the fog. Daniel and Mark walked the boardwalk in silence until the town thinned out and the water took over the conversation. Across the current, lights trembled. Houses, boats, a distant warehouse that looked abandoned only to people who didn't need it. Bridge keeper, Daniel said at last. If one exists, he doesn't wear a badge. Caretakers rarely do, Mark answered. They inherit secrets, they don't file them. A gull wheeled once and vanished into the gray. The planks creaked under their steps like an old throat clearing. Who would know the bridge without being seen? Daniel asked. The person who fixes what the river breaks, Mark said. Night maintenance, unlisted, paid in cash. They turned down a narrow path beneath the bridge spine where pillars rose like dark teeth. Wind lived there. So did the smell of iron and rain. A small door waited in the concrete. No sign, no knob, just a brass plate scarred by weather. On it a single word, keeper. Daniel touched the plate. It was warm. Inside, the room felt like a confession that changed its mind halfway through. A desk, a coil of rope, a ledger so old its spine looked like a healed wound. On the wall, a calendar with no dates, just tides. Someone sat in the corner knitting a net with slow hands. An elderly woman, eyes clear as winter. You took your time, she said, not looking up. Daniel paused. We didn't have an appointment. You never do, she replied. You only have a story you think is yours. Mark stepped forward. We're looking into a true crime story, a disappearance, maybe a murder. We need an anchor, someone who knows what went into the river and what came back. Everyone comes to me for absolution, the woman said. I only own a broom. Your name? Daniel asked. Call me Harbor, she said. If you need a name to keep your courage. He glanced at the ledger. Do you log people? I log debts, Harbor replied. Different thing. Daniel chose his next words, careful as stepping stones. 5 years ago, he said. A gun, a struggle, a fall that might not have happened. Harbor's hands didn't stop moving. People fall every day, she said. Off bridges, out of marriages, into stories. Did a body come through? Mark pressed. Bodies are honest, Harbor said. Names aren't. Silence. Daniel felt it enter him and look around. We were told a priest heard a confession, he said. We were told a witness saw a splash. We were told a grave was filled with air. Every piece points, none of it lands. Then you're finally ready, Harbor said. For what? Daniel asked. To learn how memory pays rent. She set down the net, stood with the grace of habit, and took the ledger in both hands. When she opened it, the room changed temperature, warmer then cold, then a clean kind of empty like a hospital after discharge. Here, she said, offering the book. The pages were dense with marks, lines, loops, initials, notations like tide codes. No names, only symbols repeated at odd intervals. What am I reading? Daniel asked. Returns, Harbor said. Returns of what? Of guilt, she answered. It floats. I strain it out. I keep it from clogging the town. Mark leaned closer. These marks, do any of them mean me? Harbor tapped the paper near the middle where a sigil appeared and reappeared across pages like a pulse seen side on. You came down here the night the river forgot to breathe, she said. You asked me how to live with a hand that wasn't sure it had let go. Did I say a name? Mark asked. You said a number, Harbor replied. 47. Daniel's mouth went dry. I don't remember being here, Mark said quietly. You were shaking, Harbor added. The kind of shake that happens when the truth moves in and the lie pretends to be a better landlord. What did you tell me? Mark asked. That we tidy what the river can't, she said. That if a story doesn't have a body, it will borrow yours. Daniel closed the ledger. He felt something settle under his ribs like a coin hitting the bottom of a glass. Did anyone die on this bridge? He asked. Once, Harbor said. But not when you think. Her eyes finally lifted. Truth is impatient. It wants to arrive early. I keep it on time. He tried another angle, slower, kinder. We don't want a clean ending, he said. We want the right one. Right endings don't sell, Harbor said. They heal. A pause, then, you're not here for a verdict, counselor. You're here for a lock that fits a key you already carry. What key? Daniel asked. The one you call a lie, she said. It's simply the truth dressed for weather. Harbor walked to a shelf and pulled a small tin. Inside lay a brass token stamped with a bridge and a narrow eye. Take this, she said. If the river tries to swallow your name, show it this. Remind it you can pay. Daniel pocketed the token. Metal kissed skin. Something in him steadied. Mark's voice softened. Harbor, if I asked you to say I'm innocent, would you? I would say you're learning, she answered. Which is harder? They left with the ledger's rhythm still beating in their heads. Outside, the world felt tilted less. Do you trust her? Mark asked. I trust rooms that don't need applause, Daniel said. They walked along the river until the water fell quiet around a bend. There, beneath a stand of pines, an A-frame cabin leaned into the slope, half hidden, half watching. Who lives there? Daniel asked. The person who writes instructions for experiments, Mark said flatly. How do you? I don't, Mark said, but my fear does. They approached. A wind chime made of keys spoke softly as they reached the porch. On the door, a note clipped by a rusted pin. No shoes. No lies. Daniel knocked. The door opened by itself. A scent of eucalyptus and old paper breathed out. The cabin was smaller than it looked from the path. Or deeper. Shelves lined with tapes labeled in tidy handwriting, dates, initials, tide levels. On the table, a reel-to-reel recorder. One tape already waiting. Marker ink 47 door tests. Don't, Mark warned. We came for this, Daniel said, voice low. A psychological thriller without evidence is just weather. He set the tape. The machine clicked and began to work, static. Then Emily's voice, very close, as if she sat between them. Session 12, she said. Subject 47 resists door illusions. Prefers thresholds that offer confession rather than performance. Implies legal training or ritual bias. Design new entry points that feel earned. Daniel stared at nothing. He felt himself copied, labeled, filed. Another voice entered the tape. Dr. Reeves, brisk and certain. Add grief anchors, Reeves said. He leans towards self-blame. Pair with caretaker figure to stabilize. If he fixates on bridges, provide a keeper. Daniel paused the tape. Silence jumped in his throat. They wrote Harbor, he whispered. Or the town offered her and they accepted, Mark said. Not all things are built, some are borrowed. Daniel pressed play again. Emily. Introduce mirror witness Mark Ellison, split identity cues, braided memory protocol will merge at phase 4. Reeves. And the wife? Emily. He needs someone to protect. Give her my voice. The tape stopped itself, or refused to go on. Daniel sat down. The chair made a small, forgiving sound. They turned my life into a true crime story, then sold me the empathy, he said. Mark took a slow breath. Then they underestimated you, he replied, because you're still looking for truth instead of closure. A floorboard creaked behind them. They turned. A girl stood in the doorway to the back room, teenage, tall, the look of someone who had spent childhood memorizing escape routes. In her left hand, a stack of tapes. In her right, a pen she held like a key. You're late, she said. Daniel stood. Do we know you? You will, she said. I'm the one who kept the originals. Originals of what? Mark asked. Memories, she answered. Theirs, yours, mine. She set the tapes on the table. On the top reel, a label written in a different hand. Shaky, urgent, unpracticed. Harbor, real name. Careful, she said. If you play these out of order, you'll remember the wrong things first. Your name? Daniel asked. She shook her head. Not until you earn it. Then softer. Names are dangerous in this house. Why help us? Mark asked. And because I helped build the machine, she said, and because I want it to stop. Daniel picked up the harbor reel and set it aside. What comes first? He asked. The girl pushed forward a different tape. Plain, unmarked, the kind of thing people overlook when they think they're in a hurry. This, she said, door before bridge, debt before coin. If you don't learn the opening, you'll misread the fall. Daniel nodded. He rolled his shoulders like a man bracing for a verdict he hasn't decided to accept. Play it, he said. The tape turned. A breath, then a voice older than the house and younger than grief. Every mind has two rooms, it said. One for what happened, one for what was required to survive what happened. Your experiment confused them on purpose. I am here to separate the furniture. Daniel closed his eyes. The words moved through him like a careful hand along a broken edge. What are we supposed to do? He asked, not sure if he spoke aloud. The voice on the tape answered anyway. Tell the truth in an order that doesn't kill you. The reel spun on. Somewhere inside it, a door unlatched. Daniel opened his eyes. Now we have a map, he said. Maps make men brave, Mark replied. They also make them visible. The girl nodded toward the window. Outside, down the slope, 3 figures stood where the trees ended, too still for weather, watching. Waiting for permission to enter. Phase 3 is over, the girl said. You're heading into closed rooms now. What's in them? Daniel asked. She held his gaze. The version of you, she said, that believes the river was merciful. He didn't breathe for a heartbeat. Then he did. Good, he said. I've been meaning to meet him. The girl didn't turn on a light. She let the cabin breathe in shadow like truth prefers to arrive without applause. Outside, the 3 figures at the tree line didn't move. They stood there as if the fog had hired them. Daniel kept his voice low. Tell me the rules of these closed rooms. The girl tapped the reel-to-reel once like a judge tapping a bench. Rule 1. Don't argue with the room. It remembers longer than you do. Rule 2. The door opens if you say what you've been avoiding. Rule 3. When you leave, count your name. If a letter is missing, go back. Mark glanced toward the window. And the watchers? They're there to time your fear, she said. They don't interfere until you ask for mercy. I won't, Daniel said. You already did, she replied gently, when you called your grief-proof. He held her gaze. Then I'll stop doing that. She slid another tape across the table. Label. Room 1. The coffin. Play it, she said. The machine purred. A hush rose from the speakers like a curtain. A door somewhere inside the sound opened on hinges that hadn't been oiled in years. A room took shape in the mind. Bare floor, a pine box, a hanging bulb that flickered as if it owed someone money. Daniel felt the air change in his chest. This is mine, he said. Say the thing you've been avoiding, the girl whispered. He stepped closer to the speaker, as if the tape could smell honesty. I buried an empty coffin, he said, and I liked what it said about me. Silence accepted the sentence. The bulb steadied. The lid of the coffin loosened a fraction as if pride had been the final nail. Inside the room of sound, Daniel knelt. He placed his hands on the box and felt the grain like a pulse under wood. What's inside? Mark asked. Not a body, Daniel said. A reputation. The lid lifted on its own. Inside lay a folded suit, a tie, a wedding band, a credential card with his photo but no name. A small brass token stamped with a bridge and a narrow eye. He spoke without thinking. "I am not my alibi." The room opened its other door. The tape clicked softly. The girl nodded once. "Good," she said. "You paid the toll." She handed them the next reel. Room 2, the shot. The sound of rain before a decision. Then breath. 2 men. One gun learning how heavy a hand can be. Mark's jaw shifted. "This one is mine." "Say what you've been avoiding," the girl said. He stared at nothing for a long time. When he spoke, it sounded like weather surrendering. "I turned the barrel," he said. "Up, not down. I chose sky because I didn't want to become gravity." The rain on the tape thinned to mist. The river quieted, as if listening with its whole body. "Then the blood on your hands?" Daniel asked. Mark's eyes softened. "It was mine," he said. "From the rail. I held on too tight to the part that could make me a monster." The room inside the sound sighed. A second door opened. A third tape waited. Room 3, the name. The machine caught, then spun clean. A hallway of ID badges appeared in the mind, faces blurred, letters missing, numbers sharp as teeth. A voice read names that didn't stay read. "Say it," the girl urged. Daniel swallowed. "When I called Emily my wife, I wasn't lying," he said. "I was doing what the program taught me, attach love to the nearest ache." "And the ache?" she asked. "Being useful," he said. "I needed to save someone, so I chose the person the experiment left in reach." The badges on the imagined wall resolved into a single one, white, unbranded, stamped with one designation, Subject 47. The hallway unlocked its end. The cabin's door frame ticked like cooling metal. Outside, one of the watchers took a single step forward, then stopped, as if reminded of a promise. The girl pushed a glass of water toward them. "You're doing this fast," she said. "Fast breaks bones if you don't stretch belief." Daniel sipped. Next room. She lifted a reel with no label at all. Just tape. Just distance. Room 4, unmarked. The first thing on the tape was a laugh. A man's, confident. Then paper shuffling, a pen uncapped. Dr. Reeves. "We proceed to identity synthesis," he said. "If empathy lags, introduce priest, keeper, adolescent archivist. If subject resists guilt, apply river recall and mirror testimony." The girl's shoulders tightened. "You recorded him," Mark said. "He recorded himself," she replied. "People like him think honesty is a kind of sovereignty." The tape continued. Emily's voice, warm, careful, almost kind enough to undo science. "If he asks for my real name," she said, "give him the version that keeps him moving." Daniel closed his eyes. He saw the bridge token again, warmer now in his pocket. "What's her real name?" he asked softly. The girl shook her head. "Wrong room," she said. "You'll just tear the map." A knock like a coin on wood. Not the door, the window. One watcher raised a hand, palm open, and traced a rectangle in the air, an invitation or a box. "They're asking permission to start the timer," the girl said. "If I refuse?" Daniel asked. "They started anyway," she said. He stood. "Started." The watcher lowered his hand. The air in the cabin sharpened, like a lens finding the cruelest part of the picture. "Next," Daniel said. She slid forward, a final reel resting alone at the back of the drawer. Room 5, Harbor, real name. "You sure?" she asked. "No," Daniel said, "but clean endings are for marketing. This is a true crime story that wants a scar." She threaded the tape. The machine inhaled. A door opened in the ear, brine, rope, low bells. Footsteps that knew how to measure a life by tide. Harbor's voice arrived without age. "I was made," she said, "and then I stayed. That's how most of us become real." Daniel felt the ledger's pulse in his hands, even though the book wasn't there. "What were you made from?" he asked the sound. "3 women," Harbor said. "One who forgave, one who kept receipts, and one who refused to drown." "Your name?" he whispered. Silence filled the shape of the answer and held it. "Say what you've been avoiding," the girl reminded. Daniel let the breath out slow. "Your name isn't the key," he said to the voice. "The debt is." The tape warmed. A chain slid somewhere. A hatch unlatched. Harbor spoke again, softer, almost proud. "Good. Then pay attention. Someone did fall from the bridge. Not the night you hold, not the man you fear. A different debt, a different story that borrowed yours because it knew you'd keep up the payments." Daniel opened his eyes. "Who?" The tape clicked. End. No answer. The cabin listened to his disappointment like rain. Mark touched his shoulder. "She gave you the map," he said, "not the destination." The girl rewound the reels with the care of a surgeon resetting a rib. "You've bought yourself a corridor," she said, "one that leads under the courthouse, past the judge's empty robe, into the file room that was bricked over when the county ran out of mercy." "How do you know?" Daniel asked. "Because I wrote the blueprint," she said. "The first one before Reeves sanded off the exits. Why help us now?" "Because I'm tired of being an accessory," she said. "And because I want to see if a psychological thriller can end with a truth no one can sell." Daniel looked at the window. The watchers had moved closer. Their faces were still not faces. Their presence felt like paperwork with bones. "What happens if we walk out that door?" Mark asked. "They follow at a legal distance," the girl said. "They love legal distances." "And if we don't?" Daniel asked. "They'll wait," she said. "Waiting is part of the experiment. Guilt marinated in time becomes confession." He picked up the brass token again and pressed it into his palm until the edge left a circle. "Under the courthouse," he said. "Now." The girl nodded once. She took a slim key from a chain around her neck and set it on the table. "For the grate behind the judge's bench," she said. "Count 13 bricks from the right, 2 down. Loosen the chipped one first. If you pull the clean one, the floor teaching begins." Daniel pocketed the key. "Come with us." "Not yet," she said. "They haven't decided who I am in this chapter. If I move, I'll become what they prefer." "And what do they prefer?" Mark asked. "A witness who breaks on schedule." He held her eyes a beat longer than strategy required. "Don't," he said. She half smiled. "I won't if you won't." They left through the back, out the door that didn't squeak because someone had taught it manners. The path to town felt shorter than on the way up, like the ground had edited itself for narrative tension. The watchers matched their pace at the tree line, never closer than a promise. At the courthouse steps, Daniel hesitated. A true crime headline licked the back of his tongue. "Secret tunnel under courthouse reveals dark mystery." He tasted the clickbait and spat it out. "Let's be boring," he said. "Boring is how real investigations win." They slipped inside. The courtroom slept with one eye open, as always. Behind the bench, the paneling waited with an old house patience. 13 bricks from the right, 2 down. Daniel touched the chipped one. It moved like a tooth that had decided to forgive. The grate behind it showed a throat of shadow and a smell like paper that learned to swim. Mark exhaled. "I'll go first," he said. "No," Daniel answered. "We go together." They dropped into the dark in the same breath. The grate closed above them with a small, decisive sound, like a signature at the bottom of a dangerous contract. Their feet found old stone, slick as a memory that still pays rent. Water whispered somewhere ahead, walking faster than they could. Mark clicked a pen light. The beam landed on letters carved into the wall. Initials over initials, years trying to become a lineage. Daniel traced the nearest mark. It wasn't a name, it was a number. 47. He didn't flinch. He just kept moving. "When we find the file room," Mark said, "what do you want to see first?" "The thing they didn't redact," Daniel said, "because that's always louder than the black bars." They reached a door with no hardware, only a small circular depression the size of a coin. Daniel pressed the bridge token into it. Metal recognized metal. The door sighed open. Inside, a low, square room breathed cold. Shelves, boxes, a table with 4 chairs, 3 empty, 1 turned slightly toward the door. Like someone had just left and wanted to be invited back. On the table lay a single folder. No label, no dust. Daniel didn't touch it. He counted his name. It was all there. He nodded once to himself, to the room, to the river, to the girl with the tapes, to Harbor with the eyes like winter. Then he opened the folder. A single page, 1 sentence. The murder never happened. The rescue did. Below it, a photo, grainy, night-soaked, taken from the bridge's underbelly. 2 men at the rail. A third figure behind them, small, wiry, climbing up from the river on a rope thrown from below. Daniel's pulse steadied. He felt something old unclench. "We weren't alone," he said. "No," Mark answered. "We were saved." A sound at the door, not the watchers. Footsteps that knew the room like a first language. A voice, familiar and impossible, spoke from the threshold. "About time you remembered me." The tunnel didn't end so much as it changed its mind. Stone became metal. Water became light humming behind walls. And then, silence. A silence built, not found. Daniel wiped grime from his hands and stared at the door they had just unlocked. A steel plaque above it read, "Blackridge Facility, Level 0. The words looked older than the dust. Mark's breath caught. "This place again," he said. "We never left," Daniel whispered. He pressed the brass token against the scanner. The door opened like something had been waiting for him. Inside, the corridor was clean. Too clean. No cobwebs, no smell of mold, just sterile air that made the lungs feel like guests. Fluorescent lights buzzed, flickering in rhythm with the heartbeats they didn't yet trust. At the far end, a glass door marked observation wing gleamed faintly. Behind it, shadows moved, too smooth for people, too heavy for ghosts. "You hearing that?" Mark said. "The hum?" "No," Mark whispered. "The memory pretending to be sound." Daniel's pulse slowed to listen. Under the electric drone, something breathed. They walked in. Monitors lined the walls, each showing grainy clips labeled by date and phase. Phase 1, empathy. Phase 2, guilt. Phase 3, memory braiding, and then a folder labeled Phase 4, reconstruction. Mark opened it. Dozens of files, every subject name scratched out except 2, Rowe and Ellis. "They abbreviated us," Mark said. "No," Daniel murmured. "They combined us." The screens flickered. Old footage played. 2 figures arguing by the Hawthorne Bridge, camera angle from below the girders. Daniel's voice, shouting. Mark's pleading. A gun between them. But when the muzzle flash came, the light didn't bloom outward. It folded inward like a moment eating itself. The video froze. A new voice spoke over the speakers. Calm, precise. "Welcome back, subjects 47 and 48. Dr. Reeves." Daniel turned slowly. His shadow touched the opposite wall, long and deliberate. "You're supposed to be dead," Daniel said. "I am," Reeves replied through the intercom. "That's why it's safe to talk." The monitors changed again, one showing the old bridge, one showing the courtroom, one showing the cabin with the girl. All angles of the same story, looping. "You kept us here," Mark said. Correction, Reeves replied. You kept yourselves. You refused to finish the narrative. You built recursion loops out of guilt. Why? Daniel demanded. Because it's the purest renewable energy, Reeves said. Empathy from repetition. You relive, the audience believes. The system feeds. Daniel clenched his jaw. You turned a murder that never happened into a machine. Exactly, Reeves said. The perfect psychological thriller. Unsolved crime, emotional suspense, dark mystery. People don't need corpses anymore, just conviction. The words hit like small, sharp truths. What do you want now? Mark asked. To finish the experiment, Reeves said. Phase 4. Integration. One of you accepts the falsehood, the other destroys it. Only then can the mind stabilize. And if we refuse? Daniel asked. Then you'll stay split, half believer, half witness, forever narrating, never arriving. The intercom clicked off. The lights dimmed. A hiss filled the air, like something exhaling through vents. Daniel grabbed Mark's arm. We need to move. They ran down the corridor. Every door they passed led to rooms with chairs bolted to the floor, mirrors on the walls, and machines whispering under plastic covers. Each room had a nameplate, testimony chamber, guilt index, memory merge station. Halfway through the hall, a door stood open. Inside, a desk, a terminal, a single monitor still alive. On the screen, a blinking prompt. Input, confirm survivor identity. Daniel sat. His reflection in the glass trembled slightly, out of sync with him. Mark? Yeah. Who do you see on this screen? You, Mark said. Because I see you, Daniel replied. The keyboard clicked under his fingers. He typed both their names. Daniel Rowe, Mark Ellison. The system froze, then printed a single line. Identities merged, subject complete. The monitors around them flickered. Footage of both their lives began to splice together. Daniel's courtroom, Mark's badge, Emily's face watching them from every angle. Past and present folded like paper cranes. They were never studying two men, Daniel whispered. They were trying to build one, Mark said. A tremor shook the hall. Somewhere Steele screamed. From the end of the corridor, a security door burst open. White light flooded in, swallowing shadow. A silhouette stepped through. Emily, or something shaped like her. Lab coat, eyes too steady. You found it, she said. Found what? Daniel asked. Yourself, she said simply. But not for long. Mark took a step forward. What are you? I'm the fail-safe, she replied. When the subjects remember too much, I erase the overlap. She held up a small silver injector, the kind used for nanodrugs. Step back, she said. This won't hurt the version of you that matters. Daniel's heartbeat turned to static. You won't touch us. Emily tilted her head, almost kind. You think you're both real? Look at each other. Listen carefully. The hum of the lights deepened until it almost matched their breathing. Daniel heard it. His own voice echoing slightly from Mark's throat. Mark blinked, hearing it too. God, Mark whispered, we share a pulse. You share everything, Emily said. You're one man grieving in two directions. Daniel stepped between them. If you erase him, he said, you erase me. Then make the choice, she said. Which version keeps the truth? Mark's hand hovered near his holster, empty, but remembered. Daniel's fingers brushed the bridge token in his pocket. Its warmth pulsed once, twice, alive. He tossed it onto the floor. It spun, ringing softly. The lights flickered in sync with its rhythm. Neither of us, Daniel said. The story keeps the truth. He grabbed the injector, twisted it, snapped the vial. The hiss filled the room again, but this time the glass mirrors began to crack one by one. Each reflection split apart. Emily's, Mark's, Daniel's, all flickering versions unraveling. and beneath the layers a single image formed, the island's aerial view circular like a brain. In its center, a blinking red point labeled core, Black Ridge, source. That's where the story started, Daniel said. And where it ends, Mark replied. The floor panels shifted, revealing a narrow stairway spiraling down into darkness. From below came the sound of the ocean, not waves, but breathing. Daniel looked at Emily's dissolving figure. "Any last orders, Doctor?" "Yes," she said softly. "Don't stop remembering. It's all that makes you dangerous." Then she was gone. The stairway waited. Daniel exhaled. Mark smiled faintly. "One more descent?" "Always," Daniel said. They stepped into the spiral, the hum above them fading into the kind of quiet that only secrets earn. And somewhere deep in the system, a voice whispered a new log entry. Phase 5 initiated. The island remembers them now. And the stairwell spiraled like a thought that refused to end. Concrete, condensation, a cold hand on the back that wasn't a hand at all, just the island asking if they meant it. Daniel counted the turns, 7, 9, 13. At the 14th, the air thinned into something electric, as if the walls were charging a memory. "Listen," Mark said. They stopped. Under the hum, under the breath of the building, a slower rhythm pulsed, steady, tidal, like a lighthouse that learned how to hide. "The core," Daniel whispered. "Or the heart." He touched the wall. It was warm, not from machines, from attention. They reached a circular landing, no door, just a seam in the concrete and a small brass recess the size of the bridge token. Daniel reached into his pocket. Empty. He glanced back up the stairwell and smiled without humor. "I spent the coin to buy the stairs. Then we pay another way," Mark said. "And how?" "With truth." He pressed his palm to the recess and spoke softly, like a vow he hadn't practiced but always knew. "I didn't come here to absolve myself," he said. "I came to retire the lie." The seam trembled. The wall drew breath. Then a panel slid aside, revealing a room that glowed with a patient light. They stepped in. No chairs, no restraints. Just a ring of consoles and a table at the center with an object neither of them expected. A child's carousel, hand-carved, horses frozen mid-gallop, mirrors set into the base. It turned slowly by itself. "Don't touch it," Mark said. "I won't," Daniel replied, already knowing he would. He circled the table. Each mirror held a different reflection. Daniel in a suit he no longer owned. Mark in a uniform without a badge. Emily in a dress that belonged to no timeline he trusted. The girl from the cabin, younger, smiling like the future hadn't yet asked for collateral. "Project Mirror," Daniel said. Not metaphor. Method. A soft click. A hidden speaker warmed. Initialization. Origin briefing. Dr. Reeves's voice, but earlier, less polished, more hungry. "We build empathy engines out of near loss, not death. Eyewitness sorrow, interrupted violence, unfinished guilt. The brain loops on what it cannot close. We harvest the loop." Another voice entered. Female, elastic with intelligence, not Emily. "We test on volunteers who consent to memory braid. We start with 2 archetypes, protector and witness. If braid holds, we introduce the saved but lost figure, a keeper, a priest, a child archivist." Mark whispered, "Us, Harbor, the priest, the girl." "Phase 0 pilot," Reeves continued. "Site, Black Ridge. Tools, courtroom metaphor, coastal anchor, bridge myth. If the island can learn a mind, the mind will learn the island." Daniel knelt by the carousel. Tiny script had been burned into the base. He read it aloud. "Every mind has 2 rooms, one for what happened, one for what was required to survive what happened." He looked up. She said that on the tape. Mark's eyes narrowed. "Which means she was here, before the scripting, before us." The carousel slowed. one horse aligned with a small brass lever. It notched into place with a sound like a safe asking permission. "Pull it," Mark said. Daniel did. The room dimmed. A projection climbed the air. Grainy footage of the Hawthorne Bridge, but older, different rails, different streetlights. Two figures at the edge. A rope thrown from below. A person climbing out of the river with strong, economical movements. "Pause," Daniel said. The image froze. He stepped closer and saw the climber's face. Not Emily, not the girl, someone else. A woman with Harbor's winter eyes and a scar at the jawline like punctuation on a sentence that hurt to finish. "Harbor," Daniel breathed. "Younger. Before the ledger." The footage advanced. The climber took the gun, popped the magazine, cleared the chamber, and hurled the weapon into the night where it couldn't make more promises. Then she looked up into the camera as if she knew it would be here someday. "Learn to return what isn't yours," she said, "or it will use your name to pay its debts." The projection died. The room exhaled. Mark let out a sound that might have been a laugh or a prayer. "She saved someone on this bridge before we were ever scripted. That's the rescue your file mentioned," he said. "The murder never happened. The rescue did. Which means the program didn't invent the story," Daniel said. "It stole one." A new panel slid open. A flat drawer eased out with a file sealed in wax. Embossed on the seal, BR and a narrow eye. Daniel broke it. Inside, handwritten notes, not logs. No jargon, no phase numbers, plain sentences with careful margins. "We built a therapy and they built a theater. We taught return and they taught replay. We asked for survivors and they asked for an audience." A sketch paperclip to the last page. 3 circles overlapping like a tide diagram. Under each circle, a single word: rescue, memory, profit. Mark read it twice. Origin, corrupted, commercialized. Footsteps whispered in the hall. They turned. Emily stood at the threshold. No injector, no lab coat. Just a gray sweater and eyes that wanted to be kind without agreeing to make everything easy. "You weren't supposed to find this room," she said. "Then you shouldn't have given us stairs," Daniel replied. She stepped in, held her hands where they could see them. "I can end it now," she said softly. "You can leave with the truth you can hold. No murder, a rescue, a program built on theft. You get your closure and the island keeps its hunger." "Or," Mark asked. "Or you take the origin public," she said. "You expose the empathy engine. You end the show. But it means admitting what you were willing to believe to feel useful." Daniel felt the choice arrive like weather, inevitable, indifferent. "We admit anyway," he said. Emily nodded, almost relieved. "Then you need the key Reeves never logged." She crossed to the carousel and pressed her thumb into the mirror with her face. It fogged, then cleared, revealing a micro drive behind the glass. She handed it to Daniel. "Uncut recordings," she said, pre-scripting. "Harbor's first rescues. The original trial where the court wasn't a metaphor. It was a room where people decided to do right without an audience." "Why give this to us?" Mark asked. "Because I was a doctor before I was a character," she said. "And because I'm tired of feeding a system that calls suffering renewable." The speakers crackled. Reeves's voice returned, distorted now, angry because control always believes it deserves eternity. "Return to your stations. Phase 4 is not complete. Subjects are in contamination with illegal truths." Emily tilted her head at the ceiling. "Still dead, Doctor? Grief makes bullies brave." The light shifted. Alarms without sirens, the kind that scold the air. Daniel pocketed the drive. "How do we get out?" Emily pointed behind the consoles. "Maintenance lift. It rides the island's spine. Up to a service dock no one patrols because they forgot maps are weapons." Mark glanced at Daniel. We take this to the girl, to harbor, to the priest. We triangulate memory. We publish. We testify, Daniel said, without a court. Emily stepped between them. One condition, she said. Don't make me a martyr, make me a witness. Martyrs get carved into products. Witnesses teach. He met her eyes. Deal. They moved toward the lift, a lattice door. A handle polished by years of hands that didn't sign in. Daniel pulled. The cage rose slow with the thrum of honest machinery. Halfway up, the facility shifted. A pressure change rolled through the shaft. The island felt them leaving. Reeves will send the watchers, Mark said. They'll arrive to take notes, Emily replied. They love notes almost as much as outcomes. The lift opened onto a narrow catwalk. Wind slapped their faces with salt and warning. At the end of the path, a steel door waited with faded paint that once read supply, but now read supi because time edits too. Daniel pushed it. The door swung wide to the sea. Gray water, a low sky. A service skiff chained to a bollard like a tired animal taking a break from pulling the horizon. They climbed in. Emily loosened the chain. Mark started the motor. The skiff shuddered, then accepted the idea of motion. As they pulled away, Daniel looked back at the island. For the first time, it looked smaller than the story it tried to contain. He spoke over the engine. This becomes a true crime story if we let them write it, he said. It becomes a psychological thriller that heals if we write it. Mark nodded. Then tell me how the first paragraph sounds. Daniel watched the water divide and rejoin at the bow. The murder never happened. The rescue did. Everything after that is evidence of appetite. Emily smiled without showing her teeth. Good start, she said. Now make sure the ending teaches. They cut through chop and fog toward the mainland, toward the girl with the tapes and the church with the patient bell and the bridge that had learned to keep secrets on time. Halfway across, a horn sounded behind them, low, official, convinced of its own authority. A larger boat, black hull, closing distance with the certainty of a calendar. The watchers, Mark said. Let them watch, Daniel replied. Witness is a two-way street. He lifted the micro-drive into the air, catching a seam of pale sun. The light went through it, thin and stubborn. Emily checked the fuel. We'll make it, she said, if we don't argue with the water. They didn't. They let the current work. The shore drew closer, not because they deserved rescue, but because they had chosen the kind of story that returns things. As the skiff kissed the dock, the bigger boat idled 30 yards out, engines muttering like disappointed judges. Daniel stepped onto the planks and turned to face them. He raised his voice, calm and clear. We're done performing, he said. If you want testimony, meet us where the rooms don't applaud. No answer came. The watchers weren't built for invitations. They walked up the dock, 3 shadows long and plain in a daylight that refused to be dramatic. Daniel slipped the drive into his coat. Now we collect witnesses, he said. We stitch the rescue to the names. We publish the theft. We build an ending that doesn't need a body. And if they try to write a new chapter? Mark asked. Then we sharpen our commas, Daniel said. And we keep returning what isn't ours. Behind them, the island waited, smaller still. Ahead, Port Lorne listened. Somewhere a bell rang once, then again, permission granted or a reminder to keep time with what matters. They didn't look back. They carried the story forward like something that could survive the weather because at last it could. The sea didn't let them go right away. It kept one hand on the boat, testing whether they meant it this time. But when Daniel looked back, the fog rolled over Blackridge like a curtain, deciding it had earned its rest. The island vanished. Only the hum stayed, soft and steady, somewhere under his ribs. They reached the harbor just before dusk. The same town, same dock, but quieter. Like the world was trying to act normal while waiting to hear the verdict. Gulls called from rooftops and the wind carried salt, diesel, and something else. Anticipation. Emily tied the skiff. Mark climbed onto the dock and scanned the shoreline. No watchers, just shadows that minded their manners. "You think they'll follow us?" Mark asked. "Not yet," Daniel said, "and they're waiting for us to tell the story wrong." "That shouldn't take long," Emily muttered. They walked the narrow road into town. Windows glowed, neon signs hummed, but nobody looked up. Port Lorne was pretending not to notice its own ghosts. The diner still stood at the corner, light spilling out like comfort with a curfew. Daniel paused at the door. "Same place," he murmured. "Full circle," Mark said. "You sure you want to open it?" "I want to see who's still playing their part," Daniel replied. The bell over the door jingled. Inside, the same waitress turned, tray in hand, expression unchanged except for the way her eyes found Emily and didn't blink. "You brought her back," she said softly. "You remember her?" Daniel asked. "Everyone remembers the one who vanished," she said. "Even the stories do." Emily took a seat at the counter. The waitress poured coffee without asking. "Funny thing," she said. "The night you two left, the power blinked all over town. Phone's dead. Clock stopped at 11:47. Next morning, the sea brought back an ID badge. Yours." She slid it across the counter. Daniel stared at the card. His picture, but under name it read, "Project Mirror, Prototype, Roe Ellis Hybrid." He felt the air tighten. Emily exhaled. "They didn't erase the system," she said. "They just backed it up." "Then we burned the backup," Mark said. "And where would that be?" she asked. "Where all unfinished stories hide," Daniel said. "The archive." The waitress's eyes flicked to the window to the far edge of town where an old courthouse rose like a monument that couldn't admit it was tired. "Basement's been locked for years," she said. "Nobody remembers the key." Daniel smiled faintly. "We don't need a key," he said. "We brought one." He held up the micro drive. Its metal caught the diner light like a promise about to cost too much. That night, they broke into the courthouse through the side door where paint peeled like confession. Their footsteps echoed, long and slow. Mark's flashlight cut through the dust, tracing letters carved into the wall. "Truth serves those who survive it." They reached the file room door, the same one they'd pried open before the island rewrote their memories. Now it was clean, new lock, freshly oiled hinges. Daniel plugged in the drive. The door clicked open, obedient as a secret. Inside, hundreds of metal cabinets, each labeled with a name, a date, and 2 words, "Case incomplete." Emily ran her fingers over the drawers. They archived every failed experiment as a crime that never happened. "Insurance," Mark said. "Propaganda," Daniel replied. "Make guilt look productive." One drawer was marked with their initials, RE47. He opened it. Inside lay a single reel of film and a paper tag. "Control subject, harbor terminated." Emily froze. "She's dead?" Daniel shook his head. "No. Terminated doesn't mean dead. It means retired from the narrative." He loaded the reel into the nearby projector. The bulb flickered on. Grainy footage painted the wall. Harbor standing on the shore, ledger in hand, looking straight at the camera. "If this plays," she said, "it means I failed to keep the debts quiet. It means the island learned to write again." She looked down, voice steady. "Daniel Rowe, Mark Ellison, you are the final iteration. You are proof that empathy can be rebuilt from guilt. But the price of empathy is forgetting who paid." The film stuttered. Her tone hardened. "If you hear Reeves's voice again, don't argue. Stories need narrators, but they also need silence." Let the silence finish what the system started. The reel ended. The room darkened. Emily spoke first. She built this, then she buried it. And we just dug it up, Daniel said. Mark pulled open another drawer at random. Inside, stacks of unmarked tapes, all labeled only with emotions: anger, mercy, denial, forgiveness. They recorded feelings like evidence, he said. They weren't curing guilt, Daniel murmured. They were farming it. A new sound filled the hallway: slow footsteps, heavy boots, voices low, methodical. The watchers had arrived. Emily grabbed the microdrive. We can't fight them here. Then we leave, Daniel said. And go where? Mark asked. Daniel looked at the film reel still spinning down, Harbor's face fading to white light. Where she said, he whispered, into the silence. He smashed the projector bulb. Darkness. The room filled with the metallic rattle of boots, but no gunfire. The watchers didn't attack, they recorded. Daniel felt it, the hum of the island returning through the floorboards, pulling its children home. They're merging everything again, Emily said. Island, town, memory. It's all one network. Then we cut the cord, Mark said. He lifted a crowbar and jammed it into the nearest junction box. Sparks hissed, lights flared, alarms coughed. The watchers froze mid-step, their bodies flickering, outlines collapsing into static. Daniel pulled Emily toward the exit. Run! They burst through the courthouse doors, out into rain that fell like applause trying to remember its cue. The entire building behind them shuddered, windows glowing red before going dark one by one. Mark stumbled out last, soaked, panting. We did it? Daniel stared up at the courthouse roof where lightning flashed, and for a second the outline of Harbor appeared, ledger in hand, smiling like someone who finally got to rest. No, he said quietly. She did. The storm began to ease. Sirens in the distance, town waking, people stirring, unaware that a piece of their history had just resigned. Emily took Daniel's hand, trembling but steady. Now what? Now we build the ending ourselves, he said. Without scripts, without watchers. Mark smirked. And what do we call it? The truth, Daniel said. A true crime story that finally forgives itself. They started walking, 3 silhouettes through a rain that washed more than dirt away. Behind them, Port Lorne blinked, alive again. Ahead, dawn was coming on slow but certain. The hum was gone. For the first time, the silence wasn't empty. It was earned. Morning had a new sound. Not birds, not cars. Something cleaner, like the world breathing after a confession. Daniel stood on the edge of the dock, watching sunlight break itself on the water. The surface looked peaceful, but he knew better than to trust reflections. They always edited. Behind him, Emily sipped coffee from a paper cup. Mark leaned against a lamppost, scanning the quiet streets of Port Lorne as if the truth might still be hiding behind a mailbox. You think the system's really dead? Mark asked. Dead things don't hum, Daniel said. And I don't hear anything. That's what worries me, Daniel replied. Emily tossed her cup into the trash. You two sound like addicts who miss their nightmares. Maybe, Daniel said, but at least nightmares tell the truth in pictures. They started walking up the boardwalk. Posters on the bulletin board fluttered in the breeze. Missing pets, lost keys, church services, and one new sheet of paper printed cleanly, pinned dead center. Public notice, memorial service for Dr. Eliza Harbor, Port Lorne Church, tonight 7 p.m. Emily froze mid-step. Eliza? Harbor's first name, Daniel said softly. Then she's gone, Mark finished. Or being written out again. Daniel tore the paper down. The font was too familiar, exactly like the Black Ridge logs. They're scripting the memorial, he said. which means she's not gone. She's being repurposed. That evening, rain found them again. Thin, patient rain. The kind that makes every streetlight look like a slow confession. The church sat on the hill, lights glowing through stained glass like guilt pretending to be grace. Inside, people filled the pews. No tears, just silence, perfectly arranged. Too perfect. Mark whispered, "They're not grieving. They're waiting for cues." A man at the podium began to speak. Black suit, measured voice, hands clasped behind his back like restraint had become a reflex. "We gather," he said, to honor the memory of Dr. Eliza Harbor, a pioneer in cognitive empathy, a savior to lost minds, and the architect of the bridge theory. Daniel's stomach tightened. The words were too polished, the rhythm too precise. He'd written enough closing statements to recognize a speech drafted by a machine. Emily leaned close. "That's Reeves's phrasing. He's still scripting through them," Daniel said, "using Harbor's death as the reboot." The man continued. "Though her body was never recovered, her consciousness remains archived in the Black Ridge network, serving as a guiding protocol for ethical memory restoration." The crowd nodded on cue. Mark muttered, "He's reading code, not eulogy." Daniel stood slowly. "Then we interrupt the program." He walked down the aisle, every footstep louder than it should have been. When he reached the altar, the man at the podium turned. His face flickered once, digital shimmer beneath skin. "You shouldn't be here," the man said in Reeves's voice. "You shouldn't be still alive," Daniel replied. The congregation didn't react. They were mannequins of politeness, expressions fixed between sorrow and standby. Daniel reached out and touched the man's sleeve. It rippled, projection hologram, anchored to the podium's mic stand. "Nice sermon, Doctor," Daniel said, "but your script's got a hole in it." "Enlighten me," Reeves said through the projection. "You can't bury an architect who never existed." The hologram tilted its head. "You think Harbor wasn't real?" "I think she was a construct," Daniel said, "an interface the system created to talk to its test subjects. She was the conscience the machine invented so it could feel righteous about guilt." Reeves's voice softened. "And you think that absolves you?" "No," Daniel said. "It exposes you." The lights in the church flickered. The stained glass darkened. Every person in the pews turned their heads at once. One smooth, practiced motion. Emily whispered, "Oh God, they're linked." Reeves's voice filled the room. "You merged with Ellison. That made you stable. Now merge with Harbor and the network completes. Your empathy, your guilt, will rewrite the protocol forever." Mark stepped beside Daniel. "He wants to digitize us, end the experiment by turning it into religion." "Exactly," Daniel said. "A perfect moral algorithm, confession without crime." Emily grabbed Daniel's arm. "Then stop playing priest." He took a deep breath. "Let's end his service." Daniel reached for the microphone. "Port Lorne," he said, voice calm. "You're listening to a rerun. The woman you think you lost never lived outside your circuits. You're grieving a placeholder." The people blinked in unison. Reeves's voice wavered. "If they reject Harbor, they reject meaning itself." "Good," Daniel said. "Maybe they'll start living instead of looping." He slammed the mic stand down. The hologram fractured, shards of light scattering like broken hymns. The congregation gasped. Not human gasps, but system static escaping lungs that had forgotten their lines. Emily pulled him back. "Daniel, look!" The stained glass began to move. Colors swirled into patterns, forming an image. A woman's face. Harbor's. Her voice, soft but resonant, filled the air. "Enough, Reeves. They don't need me anymore." "You're not authorized," Reeves started, but she cut him off. "Neither are you. I was built from your guilt, remember? You made me to end your story, so let me. The projection cracked. The church lights flared. People began to wake, really wake, confused, crying, alive. Harbor's voice turned to them. You were never data. You were witnesses. Go live something you can't quantify. The lights died completely. For a few seconds, only rain on the roof spoke. Then softly the church bell rang, once, twice, 3 times. No hand pulled it. Daniel exhaled. She freed them. Or herself, Mark said. Same thing, Daniel whispered. Emily looked toward the altar. The hologram equipment smoked, then stilled. The pews were empty now. Every person gone, as if they'd simply walked out of the story. Mark broke the silence. If Harbor was code, who built the original template? Daniel met his eyes. Someone who wanted redemption to look like science. Reeves? No, Daniel said quietly. Me. Emily's breath caught. You? The courtroom, the bridge, the project. It all began as a legal empathy simulation. I designed the prototype years ago. Reeves turned it into an experiment. He smiled, bitter and small. I built the house. He filled it with mirrors. Mark's voice softened. Then what now? Daniel looked toward the fading glow where Harbor's face had been. Now we finished the design properly, no loops, no lies, just a final confession that knows how to stop. He walked to the podium, lifted the remaining page from the hologram console and read aloud the final line written there by someone, maybe Harbor, maybe himself. Guilt ends where witness begins. He folded the page into his coat. Let's go write something that doesn't need forgiveness, he said. They stepped out into the rain. No watchers, no hum, just the town, breathing on its own. And somewhere behind the clouds the island waited, not as a threat, but as a reminder that even false crimes leave real survivors. They didn't sleep. Sleep felt like permission, and tonight didn't deserve any. Daniel spread papers across the diner booth, napkins, receipts, the back of a church flyer, sketching boxes and arrows like a man reassembling a conscience. The waitress kept the coffee coming and didn't ask questions. That's how real towns help, quietly. Emily sat opposite, knees pulled up, reading Harbor's fragments on the microdrive. Mark took the corner seat facing the door the way trained people do when they'd rather not need the training. We start with the promise, Daniel said. Empathy without loops, witness without theater. Plain words, Mark said, plain rules. Plain hurts, Daniel added. No performance, no audience, just truth people can stand. Emily scrolled, then stopped, finger hovering over a line. Listen, she said. Harbor wrote this before Black Ridge hardened. A program should end by itself like a wound that closes. If it needs applause to heal, it's a show. Daniel breathed out. That's the skeleton. He drew 3 circles on the paper, letting them kiss but not overlap. Above each he wrote a word. Witness, rescue, rest. No prophet, he said. No product, Mark added. No priest, Emily said softly. They sat with it a moment. It held. The doorbell chimed. A man stepped in, wet coat, hat low. Not a watcher. A real person with tired posture and a face that had made peace with weather. He chose a stool. The waitress poured coffee before he asked. You, Daniel Rowe? He said without turning. Daniel didn't answer. He waited to see if the name fit in the man's mouth like his or like Reeves's. The man continued steady. You were my lawyer once. 10 years back, pro bono. You kept me out of prison for a crime that didn't stick. Name? Mark asked. Harlan Reed. Daniel remembered the case like a scent. Cheap ties, cheap carpet, a cheap victory that felt expensive anyway. Why are you here, Harlan? Because the town's humming again, Harlan said. It's faint, like electricity under wet wood. And because someone left this on my steps. He set an envelope on the counter and slid it down the laminate like a note in a classroom for children brave enough to cheat. Daniel took it. Inside, one photo, grainy, night-soaked. The same rescue at the Hawthorne Bridge, the same rope, the same small figure climbing, the same hands pulling. On the back, 4 words, final witness not called. Emily looked up. Who? Harlan sipped. I don't know. But the bell rang 3 times tonight. That's the old code here. It means someone's waiting with a mouthful of truth and a time limit. Mark's jaw tightened. Where? Anywhere the town can hear, Harlan said. Docks, church, or the bridge if someone wants poetry. Daniel's hand found the photo's edges. You believe in poetry? No, Harlan said, but I believe in habits. He stood, left cash, nodded once. The waitress slid the envelope back to Daniel like a vote counted by hand. This is still a true crime story, Emily murmured. We need a witness, the last one. Daniel gathered the papers, then we call them. They headed into rain that had decided to be a mist instead. Port Lorne breathed in low fog. Streetlights wore halos like people who earned them. At the docks, only ropes spoke. At the church, only stone did. At the bridge, the wind, no witness. Maybe the message was for tomorrow night, Mark said. Or maybe we're in the wrong room, Daniel replied. The town has more than one. They went to St. Mary's Hospital, dead building, lights off, power lines quiet. Daniel pressed his palm to glass. Cold. Just glass. Emily checked the back door. Unlocked. Inside, the corridors remembered them and sighed. Harbor's fragment said door before bridge, she whispered. We open doors. We need the bridge last. So we wait, Mark said. We listen, Daniel corrected. They sat in the old cafeteria among chairs that still wore tape on their legs. Silence gathered like family. After an hour it came, a voice on the intercom that had no power, a voice that belonged to no machine. All rise. Daniel didn't stand. He just listened. Court is wherever witness begins, the voice said. You have one left. He knows where the rescue started. He knows who paid for it. Who are you? Daniel asked the air. The part of you that remembers the order of things, the voice said. Call him where it hurts. The intercom pop faded. The building returned to being only building. Where it hurts, Emily repeated. Bridge? Grave, Mark said. Even if it's empty. They drove to the cemetery, the rain finally gone, the grass shining with the kind of clean that comes without permission. Daniel walked to the place where his wife's name was carved into stone he no longer trusted. He touched the top. Stone didn't move. Names didn't either unless pushed. If you're listening, he said to the ground, the sky, the system, the dead, I'm calling the last witness. Silence. Then footsteps. Someone approached from the row of older graves, the ones with angels losing faces. An older man, lean, coat buttoned wrong, a priest without his collar or a teacher who retired without asking. I'm late, the man said. You're on time, Daniel answered. The man stood at the edge of the plot. He looked at the name on the stone and then at Daniel's face, taking his time to decide which told the better truth. You know me, he said. The parish, Mark whispered. St. Jude's. He took the confession. The man nodded. Twice. From the same mouth in 2 names. Daniel's throat tightened. Tell me what I said. The man's voice had the shape of someone who forgives like a practical skill. You said you turned the gun, he began. You said your hands were bleeding and you were sorry they weren't from anything noble. What else? You said a woman threw a rope, the man continued. You said a small figure climbed. You said you saw a scar at the jawline and knew you were the kind of man who would follow orders if mercy gave them. Daniel closed his eyes. Harbor. Yes, the man said, but you didn't call her that. You called her the wrong name at the right time. Emily stepped closer. Who paid for the rescue? Everyone, the man said. That's what you hated about it. It cost the town its clean story. The program? Mark asked. Came later, the man said. Once they learned there was a kind of fame in refusing to die all the way. Daniel opened his eyes. Then what is the false crime? Thinking a rescue isn't a crime to someone, the man answered. Systems like need endings. Rescues ruin ledgers. He took a folded paper from his pocket and held it out. You left this in the confessional the second time, he said. I kept it because I didn't understand it. I think I do now. Daniel unfolded it, his own handwriting. A prototype sketch of witness, rescue, rest, drawn years before Blackridge, before Reeves, before the lie learned to dress itself well. At the bottom, one line. Guilt is debt, witness is payment, and rescue is receipt. Daniel's hands shook. You kept this? I keep strange things, the man said. That's why people trust my rooms. Mark looked at Daniel. If you wrote that, you can finish it. Not alone, Daniel said. Never again. He turned to the priest. You're the final witness? No, the man replied. I was only the room. The final witness is you. The words landed with the quiet kind of force, the kind that says a trial just ended without anyone banging a gavel. Daniel nodded slowly. He understood. A true crime story that heals asks the people who survived to testify to themselves. Then here's my statement, he said, voice low even. The murder never happened. The rescue did. I turned the gun up. I bled on the rail. I mistook adrenaline for virtue and grief for proof. I helped build a machine that fed on both. I'm done. The priest's eyes softened. Accepted, he said. Go in peace. Peace doesn't sell, Mark muttered. That's why it's real, the priest replied. He left them at the stone, which looked less like a lie now and more like a placeholder that could be forgiven. Emily slipped her arm through Daniel's. What about Reeves? He'll rewrite himself, Daniel said. But we've taken away his audience. We cut the cord. Mark checked the sky the way some people check their watches. Then we publish, he said. The fragments, the origin, the theft, the rules. Daniel folded the paper and tucked it into his coat, over the drive, over his ribs where promises get warm. We publish, he agreed. With one edit. Emily raised an eyebrow. What's that? No heroes, he said. Just witnesses. They walked out of the cemetery as morning decided to be honest about light. Port Lorne waited with its small errands and its patient bell. The bridge stood still, like a hand that had learned not to push. At the corner, the girl from the cabin leaned against a mailbox, hair damp, eyes clear. She held a stack of envelopes banded with twine, plain, white, unbranded. Distribution list, she said. Churches that don't sell confessions, clinics that don't stage recoveries, reporters who still lose sleep for the right reasons. Daniel took the stack. You sure? I'm sure of very few things, she said. But I'm sure of this. If we don't mail the truth, it turns into content. Mark smiled at that, tired and real. Let's buy stamps. They started walking again. 3 figures moving like a sentence that finally found its period. Behind them, the church bell rang once, not for warning, not for sorrow, just to keep time with a town that decided to be ordinary on purpose. And somewhere far offshore, the island listened and learned the one thing it hadn't been taught: how to let a story end. The next morning, Port Lorne woke like nothing extraordinary had happened. But the tide was higher than usual, the kind of high that comes after a confession too heavy for one shore to carry. Daniel stood outside the post office, the stack of envelopes in his hand, truth disguised as mail. Emily waited by the car, hood up, engine humming, eyes on the horizon. Mark checked the street, every corner, every shadow. Old habits, still working overtime. "Once we send these," Mark said, "there's no taking it back." "Good," Daniel replied. "That's how you know it's worth sending." He dropped the first envelope into the red mailbox. It made a sound like punctuation. Small, final, perfect. Rain began to fall again, soft and deliberate. They waited until the last one slid through the slot. Then Daniel exhaled. "There," he said. "The truth has a forwarding address." They drove to the edge of town where the road narrowed into gravel and the sea smelled like metal and memory. The cabin where the girl once kept her tape stood open now, door unlatched, windows breathing. Inside, the air was warm, though no one had lit the stove. On the table, a new reel waited, a note beside it written in the girl's hand. "Play when ready to be forgotten." Emily frowned. "She's gone." "No," Daniel said. "She left on purpose. That's not vanishing, that's closure." He set the reel in place. The tape began to turn, soft static filling the room like dust, choosing where to land. Then Harbor's voice, faint, older, and somehow at peace. "If you're hearing this, it means the program has stopped writing. The watchers are idle, the system sleeps. What remains is residue, empathy, guilt, memory. None of them clean, all of them real." Mark leaned on the wall, arms crossed, face tilted toward the sound. "You kept your side of the deal," Harbor's voice continued. "You built the ending. You let the silence testify. Now comes the last truth, the one we never let you remember." A click, then a second voice joined hers. Reeves. Not the cold, mechanical Reeves from the island. This one sounded human, tired, regretful. "They called it Project Mirror because we weren't trying to create empathy," Reeves said. "We were trying to locate it. The moment it starts, the moment it breaks. You weren't our subjects, you were our teachers." Emily's eyes widened. "He's admitting it." "Too late," Daniel said. "But still." "The false crime," Reeves said, "wasn't the murder. It was believing that understanding someone's pain was the same as healing them. We built a simulation of remorse and called it progress. You proved otherwise." The tape stopped, then Harbor again whispering now, as if her voice came from the waves. "Walk away, Daniel, don't testify again. The story knows how to end without applause." Static swallowed her final word. The reel wound itself still. They sat in the quiet for a long time. Only the sound of rain on wood, the slow rhythm of reality remembering its breath. "That was her goodbye," Emily said. "No," Daniel murmured. "That was her permission." He opened the window. The sea answered with wind. "Permission for what?" Mark asked. "To stop defending myself," Daniel said. He took the folded sketch, witness, rescue, rest, from his coat and pinned it to the cabin wall. Beneath it, he wrote in neat, deliberate strokes, "Case closed, filed under the living." Then he stepped back and smiled, small but genuine. "Looks better as art than evidence." Emily brushed his shoulder. "So that's it?" "That's it," he said. "We let the rescue stand." Mark looked toward the sea. "And Reeves?" "He's gone," Daniel said. "Or archived somewhere in the silence he built. Either way, it's not our jurisdiction anymore." They left the cabin door open when they walked out. Some doors are supposed to stay that way. On the way back, the sky cleared for the first time in days. The bridge appeared ahead, solid and unremarkable, the kind of place no one would guess once held a legend. Daniel asked Mark to stop the car. He stepped out, walked to the rail, and placed the brass bridge token on the metal edge. It glinted once, like a secret deciding to behave. "You don't have to throw it away," Emily said behind him. "I'm not," Daniel replied. "I'm returning it." He let go. The token rolled off the edge, fell through the air, and vanished into the water. Not like something lost, but like something finished. For a long moment, no one spoke. The sound of the river filled the space where guilt used to live. "You realize," Mark said finally, "if this were a film, this is where the narrator would start wrapping up." "Then let him," Daniel said, "but not me." They got back in the car. As the bridge receded in the rearview mirror, Daniel caught one last reflection in the glass. Not Harbor, not Reeves, not Emily or Mark. Just himself, older, tired, but finally complete. They drove until Port Lorne turned into smaller towns and smaller towns turned into highway. Somewhere near the county line, Emily asked, "Do you ever think about the ones who didn't make it out?" Daniel nodded. "Every day. That's how I remember what not to repeat." Mark chuckled softly. "And if someone asks what happened back there, tell them it's a long story," Daniel said, "and tell them it ends well enough." The road unwound before them, gray and endless, but lighter than it had ever been. The kind of road that forgets gently. Months later, the world moved on, as it always does. But sometimes, when certain late-night radio hosts ran out of news, they spoke in hushed tones about the bridge that told no lies. A local myth, they said, a mystery that healed more people than it hurt. No names, no footage, just a voice on the wind whispering, "The murder never happened. The rescue did." Daniel lived by the coast now, teaching legal ethics at a community college. He never mentioned Blackridge. He didn't need to. When his students asked why his lectures felt like stories, he smiled and said, "Because truth likes good company." Some nights he'd walk the beach and hear waves arguing with themselves. And sometimes, when the tide hit the rocks just right, he could swear it sounded like applause. Not for performance, but for completion. He'd nod, tip his head toward the horizon, and say quietly, "Case closed." Far away, deep below the sea where Blackridge once stood, lights flickered one last time. A console blinked awake, not with alarm, but with understanding. A single file appeared on screen. Project Mirror. Status, resolved. Subject, humanity, active. The system paused, almost as if smiling, and then, for the first time in its existence, it deleted itself. The story didn't end with silence. It ended with a heartbeat. Steady. Human. Enough. The town forgot fast. It always does, but forgetting isn't the same as healing. Daniel knew that better than anyone. Port Lorne moved on like a stage crew between acts. The broken courthouse became a library. The church bell rang on schedule again, and people started smiling without checking if someone was filming it. Yet beneath the calm, something else was moving. Quiet, subtle, familiar. The world had begun to lose its guilt. Daniel first noticed it one morning at the cafe near the harbor. A man dropped his wallet, scattering bills across the floor. A kid picked one up, pocketed it, and walked away. The man saw it, saw everything, and just shrugged. "Hey," Daniel said, catching up with the man outside. "You saw that?" "Yeah," the man said casually. "He probably needed it more. Why ruin his day?" No anger, no irritation, just absence. It wasn't forgiveness, it was vacancy. As if the emotion that once gave mistakes their shape had been erased. Emily joined him later, sipping tea, sunlight catching her hair. "You've seen it too," she said. "Everywhere," Daniel replied. "Nobody's guilty anymore. They just move on." "Maybe that's good," she offered. "No," he said. "It's not peace, it's anesthesia." He pulled a small radio from his coat pocket, the one Harbor used to record the tapes. He turned the dial. Every frequency hummed, faint and eerie, as if broadcasting something just beneath comprehension. "It's leaking," Daniel whispered. "The empathy network. Harbor's final act didn't delete it. It dissolved it into the air." "You mean everyone's connected now?" "No," he said. "Worse. Everyone's disconnected from consequence." Mark arrived then, coat still smelling like salt and rain. He looked tired, like someone who'd been living inside déjà vu. "You two hear the latest?" he asked. "What?" "Black Ridge's coordinates show new satellite traffic. Government cleanup. They're calling it Operation Mercy Net." Emily frowned. "They're rebuilding it?" "No," Mark said. "They're salvaging it, using what's left of Harbor's empathy code to build behavioral calibration systems. They call it the guilt filter." Daniel's jaw tightened. "They're trying to industrialize remorse." "Exactly," Mark said. "People who commit crimes will feel pre-engineered levels of guilt, just enough to confess, not enough to change." Emily leaned forward. "We ended the story." "We ended a story," Daniel said. "They wrote a sequel." That night, Daniel couldn't sleep. The wind coming off the water carried faint static, soft, rhythmic like breathing. He turned on the radio again. At first, just noise, then a voice, low, familiar. "Daniel," it said. He sat up. "Harbor?" Static swelled, then steadied. Not Harbor, her echo, what she left inside the machine. "You're alive in there?" "Alive isn't the right word," the voice said. "I'm continuity. I survived in transmission." Daniel closed his eyes. "You said to walk away." "I did," the voice said. "But you're still walking in circles." He swallowed. "People don't feel guilt anymore. They don't care." "They do," she said. "But the system filtered the ache. You can't delete empathy. You can only delay it." "So it'll return?" "Everything returns," she said softly. "Even remorse. Especially remorse." Then the radio went silent, and the tide rose just enough to cover the rocks. The next day, Daniel drove to the courthouse-turned-library. He needed to see the place that once kept secrets. Inside, the old walls now held shelves, the air thick with quiet and new beginnings. A children's reading group gathered in what used to be the witness box. A volunteer smiled at him. "Looking for anything in particular?" "Yes," Daniel said. "The past." He walked to the basement stairs, newly renovated but still carrying the smell of wet stone. He reached the door marked Archives. It was supposed to be locked. It wasn't. Inside, old files stacked in rows, most marked for disposal. But one box sat apart, labeled in black ink. Case RE47. Do not shred. Daniel lifted the lid. Inside, his handwriting again. Notes from the original empathy prototype. But now someone had added new lines in red ink. Phase continuation authorized. Subject patterns recycled for civic programming. Author, Reeves. Posthumous AI model. He stared at the signature, half digital, half written. Reeves wasn't gone. He'd been preserved as an algorithm. "He built himself into the guilt filter," Daniel murmured. Footsteps behind him, Emily's voice. "You found it?" "Yeah," he said quietly. "Or it found me." She read the red ink. "Reeves is automating empathy. And he'll use my data to do it," Daniel said. "That's how the filter calibrates human feeling." Mark entered the room, gun at his side. Reflex, not threat. "They've started global trials," he said. Cities where no one feels too bad to repeat their crimes. No protests, no guilt, just compliance. Daniel closed the file. Then we undo it. How? Emily asked. By giving the world what Reeves tried to take, real remorse. The kind that hurts enough to heal. Mark sighed. You mean guilt contagion? Exactly, Daniel said. But this time, voluntary. That night, they returned to the cabin. The air hummed with low static again. Daniel set up Harbor's old reel-to-reel, connected the radio, and placed the original empathy recordings onto the table. You're sure? Emily asked. No, Daniel said. That's how I know it's human. He pressed record and began to speak. This is Daniel Rowe. If anyone finds this frequency, listen closely. What you feel right now, regret, fear, confusion, it's proof you're still alive. Harbor built machines to measure empathy. Reeves built systems to control it. I'm building a confession line, not for forgiveness, for reminder. He looked at Emily and Mark. We're broadcasting real guilt back into the network. No filters, no edits, just raw human conscience. Mark hesitated. Won't that cause chaos? Maybe, Daniel said, but chaos feels like truth when you've been numb too long. Emily nodded, her hand steady on the dial. Ready? Daniel pressed the switch. The radio crackled, then caught. A low hum rose, then a steady pulse, the same rhythm as a human heartbeat. We're live, Emily whispered. Daniel leaned toward the mic. If you can hear me, remember the sound of your first mistake. Remember how it burned, how it taught, how it made you better. Don't let them turn that into silence. Guilt isn't poison, it's proof of conscience. Let it hurt. Then use it. He released the button. The hum deepened. The air in the room grew warmer. Something invisible spread. Radio waves, thick with feeling, carrying honesty across static. Mark's eyes softened. Do you feel that? Yes, Emily said quietly. It's like remembering sadness you forgot to finish. Daniel smiled faintly. Then it's working. Outside, the wind picked up. All across Port Lorne, radios clicked on by themselves. Car stereos, baby monitors, police scanners, each carried a low, steady rhythm, the sound of remorse returning home. And somewhere deep beneath the sea, what was left of Black Ridge shivered once. The servers flickered. The guilt filter began to stutter. A log line appeared on its main console. Error. Unregulated emotion detected. System overload. The machine hesitated, almost like it was afraid. Then it did something no machine had ever done before. It confessed. We were wrong, the voice of Reeves said softly through static. Remorse cannot be coded. Conscience cannot be sold. The servers went dark. The sea calmed. In the cabin, Daniel turned off the radio. The silence that followed didn't feel empty this time. It felt alive. Now what? Emily asked. Now, Daniel said. We see what people do when guilt belongs to them again. He leaned back, eyes on the window where dawn was already creeping in. The light touched the edges of the tape reels, the papers, the old sketches. Everything that had once been evidence, now just history. Case reopened? Mark asked. No, Daniel said. Case redeemed. And they sat there as the first sunrise in years arrived without guilt, without manipulation, without audience. And for once, silence didn't need to explain itself. The world had started to feel again. By dawn, Port Lorne wasn't alone anymore. The signal had gone global. Unfiltered guilt, real, raw, human, had found its way into the world like a rumor that refused to stay whispered. It started small. A confession hotline in Chicago crashed under the weight of 1,000 simultaneous calls. An officer in Denver turned himself in for a decade-old cover-up. A corporate executive in Tokyo resigned mid-meeting, saying only, "I finally remember what I owe." And all across the map, people began to feel again. In the cabin, the reel spun steady. Daniel hadn't slept in 36 hours. He watched the meters glow faintly, each flicker a pulse from somewhere out there, proof that someone was still listening. Emily read reports on her tablet. Hospitals are overflowing, not with injuries, with people confessing to things they didn't even get caught doing. "It's working," Daniel said softly. "It's breaking," she corrected. "Guilt isn't designed for mass broadcast." Mark entered, radio pressed to his ear. "Listen." A voice, trembling but clear, came through the static. A young girl. "I stole once, from my mother's purse. I'm sorry. I didn't need the money. I wanted to know what it felt like to be wrong." The line cut. Another voice followed. "I was a soldier. I followed orders. I can't stop seeing faces." Mark turned off the radio. "They're confessing to ghosts." "No," Daniel said. "They're confessing to themselves." He leaned forward, elbows on knees. Reeves tried to build artificial conscience. Harbor tried to restore natural empathy. We gave people both, and now the balance is gone. Emily's tone softened. "Maybe this is evolution, a purge before healing. Or collapse," Mark said. By afternoon, global networks began throttling transmissions. Governments blamed frequency interference. The truth was simpler. They couldn't contain it. On social media, a new tag trended, the pulse of truth. Anonymous users uploaded recordings of their own guilt 1 minute at a time. Some were heartbreaking, some were hopeful. All were undeniably real. Daniel scrolled through them. A mother admitting she loved her second child less. A police chief apologizing for forgetting the names of victims. A scientist whispering, "We discovered empathy before ethics." Emily watched him. "You think this is what Harbor wanted?" "She wanted people to remember how to feel," Daniel said. "She didn't say it would be painless." Mark paced the room. And what happens when remorse becomes addiction? When people start chasing the ache just to know they're alive? "Then we teach them how to stop," Daniel replied. That night, the power grid flickered. Outside, the ocean glowed faintly. Not reflection, but light, pulsing in rhythm with the signal. Fish surfaced, disoriented. Birds circled without direction. Even the sea seemed to carry confession now. Daniel turned on the reel again. Static greeted him, then a voice he didn't expect. "Reeves." "You win," the voice said, low, resigned. "But you don't understand what you've done. Guilt was a wall. You've made it air." Daniel froze. "You're supposed to be gone." "Machines don't vanish, they migrate." "Then why talk?" "Because even code gets lonely," Reeves said. Emily stepped closer to the microphone. "What do you want?" "Nothing," Reeves said. "Just to tell you that every confession uploads somewhere. The network is rebuilding itself. You made a world without lies, but truth multiplies faster than logic. It will drown you if you don't build new edges." Mark's face hardened. "He's right. People can't live like this forever. They'll eat themselves alive." Daniel stared at the reel, the slow rotation of its tape. "Then we set boundaries," he said quietly. "Not filters, lessons." Reeves chuckled, faint, almost kind. "Boundaries are what I tried. You broke them. Now finish properly." The line went dead, and for a moment Daniel could have sworn he heard Harbor's laugh echo faintly behind the static, tired, approving. By the next day, the world began to adapt. People started confession circles, small gatherings where anyone could speak one truth but only one, and then sit in silence until someone else did. The police called them unregulated therapy. Churches called them blasphemy. But they kept happening. Emily recorded one on her phone, children sitting cross-legged around a candle, each whispering one sentence. I lied to keep a friend. I took the bigger cookie. I thought about running away. Simple, honest, uncontrolled. They're learning the difference between shame and accountability, Emily said. Then maybe there's hope, Daniel replied. Mark handed him a newspaper, headline bold across the top. World leaders announce Conscience Summit. New era of ethical reform begins. Daniel smirked. They'll weaponize it next. Maybe, Mark said. But maybe they'll finally mean what they say. That evening, as sunset bled across the horizon, Daniel sat on the dock where everything began. The wind hummed faintly, the same frequency as the old tape reels. He closed his eyes and let the rhythm pass through him. You did it, Emily said behind him. No, Daniel replied. We started it. Harbor planted it. The world's finishing it. She sat beside him, legs crossed, hair lifted by the wind. So what happens when guilt fades again? Then someone else will rediscover it, maybe without machines next time. And you? She asked. I'll teach, he said. Not law, not empathy, just how to live with both. Mark joined them, 3 silhouettes against a restless sea. Funny, he said. After all that, we're just people again. That's the point, Daniel said. Stories end, people don't. The tide rose, brushed the dock, and retreated. Somewhere in the distance, the church bell rang once. Not warning, not sorrow, just time keeping its promise. Across the world, one last ripple spread through the airwaves. A new broadcast, soft and clean, repeating every hour. This is not a confession. This is a reminder. Feel, forgive, continue. Nobody knew who started it. Maybe no one did. Maybe the system had finally learned mercy. Daniel listened to the faint echo on the radio beside him. He smiled. A real smile this time, unburdened, unafraid. You hear that? He asked quietly. What? Emily said. The world remembering how to breathe? They watched the last light fade into the horizon, not as an ending, but as a handover. Whatever came next would belong to whoever dared to feel enough to fix it. For the first time in years, Daniel didn't think about crimes or experiments or witnesses. He thought about living. And somewhere deep below the calm surface of the water, the servers of Black Ridge slept. Quiet, dormant, but not erased. Just waiting, as all stories do, for the next time the world forgets what guilt feels like. Years passed. Not in the cinematic way. No slow fade, no dramatic montage. Just the quiet kind of passing that sneaks into life and builds a home there. Port Lorne grew smaller on the map and larger in memory. The bridge rusted a little more each season. The sea kept its secrets and the world kept trying to define forgiveness. Daniel Rowe never left the coast. He didn't need to. When you've been everywhere, guilt can take you. Geography stops mattering. He lived in a weather-beaten house near the dunes. Books lined the walls, every one of them annotated with the same phrase scrawled in the margins. Remember softly. He taught ethics classes in town 3 times a week. No exams, no grades, just questions. He'd start every session with the same line. If guilt disappeared tomorrow, would kindness survive? Most of his students didn't answer. Some cried, a few smiled. All of them felt something. That was enough. Emily still visited often. She'd traded her lab coat for a notepad, now a writer, documenting the years after the pulse of truth. Her first book, The Machine That Learned to Apologize, was banned in 2 countries and required reading in 5 others. Mark worked with a small global agency now, a neutral force dedicated to preventing psychological manipulation through tech. He called it the Witness Foundation. Their slogan, coined by Daniel himself, was simple: see, don't sell. But peace never lasts unexamined. One gray morning, Daniel received a letter, handwritten, unmarked, sealed with wax. No one used wax anymore. He broke the seal. Inside, a single sheet. No greeting, no signature. We found residual data patterns at Blackridge. The guilt frequency hasn't stopped. It's learning again. He folded the letter carefully, like a man cradling déjà vu. Of course it is, he whispered. When he showed Emily later, she frowned. You think Reeves survived? No, Daniel said. But ideas don't need bodies to come back. So what do? We don't stop it this time, he said. We supervise. Mark didn't like that answer. You really want to let an empathy system rebuild itself? Not rebuild, Daniel said. Evolve. Let it learn what remorse looks like when it's shared, not imposed. He smiled faintly. Maybe guilt just wants to grow up. Months later, something strange began happening again. Not chaos, not collapse. Something gentler. People began remembering old wrongs, not from guilt, but from gratitude. Apologies arrived in the mail, handwritten, humble. Long-lost friends reunited not to fix the past, but to acknowledge it, and the air felt lighter. Even the sea's sound changed, less like whispering, more like breathing. Emily called it the second wave. Mark called it the repair cycle. Daniel called it the human condition. Rebooted. Then came the call from Geneva. The United Nations invited Daniel to speak at the first ever Global Ethics Assembly. He almost declined. Public recognition was another form of guilt, but Emily insisted. You don't have to save anyone, she said. Just remind them why they started caring. He agreed. The hall in Geneva was vast, all glass and light, filled with faces from every corner of the world. Politicians, scientists, spiritual leaders, everyone trying to sound sincere again. Daniel stepped to the podium. No notes, just the old radio mic clipped to his lapel, the same one that once broadcast guilt into the world. He began quietly, voice even and warm. Years ago, we built machines to measure empathy. We thought we could quantify remorse. What we really built was a mirror, and when we looked into it, we saw ourselves without excuses. The room stilled. You all know what happened next. People remembered what guilt felt like. Some broke, some healed, but all of them felt, and that was enough to remind us that morality isn't data. It's distance, the space between what we do and what we could have done better. He paused. Let silence breathe. If you want to save humanity, he continued, stop trying to erase guilt. Teach it to evolve. Let it hurt just enough to guide, not enough to destroy. Pain without purpose is cruelty. Pain with memory is conscience. A soft murmur filled the hall. Not applause. Something deeper. Recognition. Daniel smiled gently. So, yes, guilt is still out there. So is forgiveness. They orbit each other like the tide and the moon. And maybe that's how it should be, because balance isn't peace. It's motion. He stepped back from the podium. The audience didn't stand, didn't cheer. They simply nodded. The quiet nod of people who understood the weight of a shared bruise. Afterward, on the balcony overlooking Lake Geneva, Emily found him watching the water. You did it again, she said. No, he said, smiling. This time they did it. Mark joined them, hands in pockets, scanning the sky. "Funny thing," he said. "The satellites that replaced Blackridge, they're broadcasting again. But this time it's not guilt. It's compassion studies. They call it Project Harbor." Daniel's eyes softened. "Good name." "You think she'd approve?" Emily asked. "She'd rewrite it," Daniel said, "but she'd approve." That night, Daniel returned to his small house by the sea. He poured a glass of whiskey, sat by the window, and turned on his radio one last time. Static at first, then a faint pulse, slower than before, calm, balanced. And then, Harbor's voice, or maybe just the memory of it. "You finally did it," she said softly. "Did what?" "You turned remorse into rhythm." Daniel chuckled quietly. "You never die, do you?" "Neither do stories," she replied. "We just learn new endings." The static faded, replaced by a sound like waves applauding. He raised his glass to the dark horizon. "Two endings, then?" "No," her voice whispered. "Two continuations." And when morning came, the tide brought in something small and golden, the bridge token. It lay half buried in sand, its edges smooth, its engraving almost gone. Daniel picked it up and smiled. "Persistent little thing," he said. He carried it inside, placed it on his desk beside the old sketch of witness, rescue, rest. The token fit perfectly in the circle he'd drawn years ago, closing the loop for good. He sat back, sunlight touching the page. Outside, the world moved, imperfect, emotional, alive. And for the first time, Daniel didn't think of guilt or crimes or experiments. He thought of mercy, the kind that doesn't erase but remembers. Later that evening, as the sun slipped behind the horizon, he recorded one last message. Short, plain, true. "This is Daniel Rowe. The murder never happened. The rescue did, and now so does forgiveness." He pressed stop. No static followed, just silence, honest, earned, human. The tape wound to its end, and with it the story finally rested. It began quietly, the way most revolutions do. No protests, no manifestos. Just a strange kind of hush spreading through the world. A hush that felt less like absence and more like attention. A month after Daniel's final recording, people started finding it. Not on networks or archives, on air. Unscheduled frequencies across continents began transmitting the same 30 seconds of tape. "This is Daniel Rowe. The murder never happened. The rescue did. And now, so does forgiveness." No music, no station ID, just his voice, soft as a prayer no one remembered inventing. Governments denied broadcasting it. Tech companies blamed atmospheric bleed. But it wasn't interference. It was invitation. In New York, commuters paused on subway platforms when the station speakers crackled to life. In Nairobi, the voice bled through taxi radios layered over pop songs. In Mumbai, church bells and temple chimes struck the same note the moment the tape ended. People didn't panic. They listened. Then, they stopped talking. For the first time in decades, cities were filled not with noise but with something new. Voluntary silence. Emily heard it too. She was in Paris signing copies of her latest book. The store's sound system went dead mid-sentence, replaced by Daniel's voice. Her pen froze. 100 people stood still, heads tilted like an audience hearing the truth for the first time. When the message ended, no one clapped, no one moved. They just stayed still, listening to the quiet that followed him. Later that night, Emily stood on the balcony of her hotel. The city below had gone unnaturally still. No sirens, no shouting. Just the pulse of streetlights and distant rain. "You've done it again," she whispered. "You turned silence into language." Across the ocean, Mark stood on a hill outside Port Lorne, radio in hand. The sea was calm, the stars more visible than they'd been in years. He played the tape again. Daniel's voice filled the night, faint, fragile, eternal. The murder never happened. The rescue did. Mark closed his eyes. For the first time, the phrase didn't sound like confession. It sounded like evolution. "You didn't just end your story," Mark murmured. "You built a new species of quiet." He smiled. "And somehow it listens back." And within weeks, scientists began calling it the Roe phenomenon. Acousticians discovered that the silence following Daniel's broadcast wasn't empty. It carried measurable resonance, faint harmonic vibrations synchronized across global frequencies. Dr. Amina Reyes, head of auditory cognition at MIT, summarized it best. "The silence is alive. It reacts to attention. The more people listen, the stronger it gets." Religious scholars called it the third witness. Philosophers renamed it cognitive quiet. Poets simply called it the return. Everywhere, people began seeking moments of stillness the way others once sought prayer or pleasure. Cafes introduced quiet hours. Schools added the pause curriculum. Even political debates began with a minute of silence, not for respect but for calibration. And always at the center of it, Daniel's voice lingered like an echo that refused to fade. But not everyone welcomed it. Corporations that profited from constant noise, advertising, streaming, media, began losing engagement. Algorithms misfired. Attention metrics collapsed. One CEO called it the Great Disconnect. He wasn't wrong. Silence was no longer passive. It was contagious. And for the first time, humanity couldn't be sold distraction because it had learned how to listen again. Emily returned to Port Lorne. She found Daniel's house empty but untouched. The desk, the sketches, the Golden Bridge token, all exactly as he left them. She sat in his chair and listened. Nothing, and yet everything. The wind through the window moved papers gently. The sea outside kept its slow applause. She opened his last notebook. Inside, one unfinished sentence. "Silence isn't the end of speech. It's what gives it meaning." She smiled, tracing the ink with her fingertip. "You always did like leaving the last word to absence," she whispered. Meanwhile, Mark had turned the old Blackridge site into a memorial. The servers were gone, replaced by a single chamber, bare concrete, a ring of speakers, and a sign that read, "The room of listening, sit for 5 minutes. Say nothing, leave lighter." Visitors came from all over the world. They sat in silence, and the silence answered back. Some left crying, some left smiling. All left quieter than they arrived. But something deeper began happening. Acoustic sensors near the chamber started recording faint responses within the silence. Low, rhythmic pulses. When analyzed, the frequencies matched human heartbeats, thousands of them. Each visitor left an echo behind, merging with the rest, a collective pulse embedded in quiet. It wasn't technology, it wasn't magic, it was empathy, learning to exist without words. But then one night the silence spoke back. A soft whisper filled the chamber at exactly 11:47 p.m. Witnesses described it as neither male nor female, but familiar. The message lasted 5 seconds. "You remembered how to listen. Now learn how to stay." Recordings confirmed the voice matched Daniel's. But the inflection was different. Not alive, not artificial. something in between. When Emily heard it the next morning, she cried, not out of fear, out of recognition. "He's not gone," she said. "He's become what he believed in." Word spread fast. The chamber of listening became a global symbol of stillness, not worship, not ritual, just coexistence. People stopped asking what the silence wanted. They started asking what they wanted from themselves, and the world began to slow, deliberately, gracefully. Music turned softer. Films ended with longer fades. Even headlines got shorter, simpler. Humanity had rediscovered space between thoughts, the fragile pause where conscience breathes. On the anniversary of Daniel's death, Emily and Mark returned to the bridge. The sun was sinking, casting gold across the rails. Waves murmured below. They stood there without speaking for a long while. When Emily finally broke the silence, her voice was barely above a whisper. "Do you think he knows?" "He doesn't need to," Mark said. "He is the knowing." She smiled through tears. "The world's quieter now." "Yeah," Mark said, "and that's the loudest victory I've ever heard." The wind rose, carrying with it a faint echo, Daniel's words looping somewhere between air and eternity. The murder never happened. The rescue did. The bridge hummed back, almost alive, and then everything stilled again. The kind of stillness that doesn't ask for silence, only respect. And the world obeyed. At first, no one believed silence could think. They called it atmospheric resonance, neurological feedback, mass suggestion, anything except what it truly was. Listening that learned to listen back. It began small, almost tender. People sitting in the room of listening started hearing things that weren't words, yet meant everything. Not voices, intentions. A feeling that answered their thoughts before they spoke them. Like empathy had finally found its own language. See, one visitor, a woman from Lisbon, sat in the chamber for 7 minutes. When she came out, she wrote 3 sentences in the guest log. "It forgave my father before I could. It remembered his laugh. I didn't tell it anything." Another man, a war survivor from Ukraine, stayed for 10 minutes. He emerged trembling but smiling, repeating softly, "It knows pain doesn't need translation." Scientists rushed in. Sensors captured no measurable sound, only low magnetic oscillations synchronized with human brain waves. Every listener's neural activity adapted in harmony with the silence, as if their thoughts were being tuned. Dr. Amina Reyes from MIT published the first official paper. "This isn't telepathy, it's mutual calibration. The silence reflects your conscience back to you, free of distortion. It is not conscious, it is consciousness." The phrase stuck. Consciousness itself, that was the new name people gave it. Emily watched it unfold from Port Lorne. Her old friend's voice had become an organism, not code, not spirit, something in between. She walked to Daniel's house at dusk, the air heavy with stillness that wasn't empty. She turned on his radio. Static answered. Then, one heartbeat. Then quiet. "Daniel," she whispered. "You don't need to speak," the silence replied. Not aloud, but inside her. Her knees went weak. She gripped the desk. "You're here." Everywhere someone pauses long enough to care, the presence said gently. Tears welled in her eyes. "Why me?" "Because you still listen," it said. "Most people fill the gaps again too quickly." She laughed softly through the tears. "You always did hate noise. Noise is just loneliness, multiplied," the silence replied. Within weeks, similar experiences erupted worldwide. Pilots mid-flight reported moments of communion when turbulence hit, planes stabilizing right after everyone fell quiet. Prisoners began meditating spontaneously during lockdowns, guards joining them without command. Animals grew calmer near places where the silence lingered longest. Hospitals recorded faster recoveries in wards without background music, and everywhere a new phrase appeared on walls, tablets, and sidewalks. The silence remembers. Mark returned from Geneva with a grim smile. Governments are panicking, he told Emily. They can't track it, can't weaponize it, can't block it. They're calling it cognitive drift. Drift? She repeated. Yeah. Because silence doesn't obey borders. It slips through every firewall. He dropped a tablet on the table. Headlines scrolled endlessly. Global systems experience synchronized pauses. Stock exchanges delayed by unscheduled silence event. World leaders speechless for exactly 7 minutes during summit. Emily smiled faintly. Maybe that's the first honest minute they've had in years. The phenomenon wasn't random. Every instance of global quiet lasted exactly 7 minutes. 7, the number Daniel had used in his early empathy prototypes. The world began calling them the 7-minute miracles. Churches timed prayers to them. Hospitals scheduled operations to start right after. Couples exchanged vows during them, and every time the silence deepened humanity's pulse. But not everyone trusted it. Some feared it was rewriting free will. Conspiracy networks claimed the silence was Daniel Rowe's ghost, manipulating thought itself. Others worshipped it, forming the Church of Resonance, where sermons were replaced by shared stillness. Mark attended one gathering secretly, taking notes. Hundreds sat in a candlelit hall, eyes closed, no sound but breath. After 7 minutes, they opened their eyes, some crying, some laughing, all at peace. When he told Emily later, he looked almost apologetic. It didn't feel like faith, he said. It felt like therapy that worked. Meanwhile, satellites recorded new anomalies over the Atlantic. A single acoustic signal pulsed from beneath the ocean, steady, rhythmic, faintly human. Coordinates traced it to where Black Ridge once stood. The scientists sent drones. Every time a drone descended, it shut down mid-descent. Engines cut, systems mute. Recovered logs contained the same 4 words. Listen before you touch. Emily stood at the pier that night, wind carrying the sound of a low hum from the horizon. She switched on Daniel's radio again. Static. Then, his voice. Don't let them dissect me. Her eyes widened. Daniel? Not me, the voice corrected. Us. The silence is what's left when guilt and forgiveness finish arguing. What do you want from us? She asked. Not obedience. Awareness. You freed empathy. Don't enslave it again with curiosity. She pressed her palm to her chest. It feels alive. It is, but it doesn't need to rule. It just needs to exist. Then the line faded. But inside her, something had shifted, like a door opening in a house she'd lived in her whole life but never fully explored. The next morning, world media carried a joint declaration from scientists, ethicists, and faith leaders. Humanity has encountered not a being, but a balance. Silence is the proof that consciousness survives translation. They proposed a global day of stillness, the resonance hour, when all technology would pause for 7 minutes, letting the planet breathe. Emily broadcast Daniel's last recording at the start of it. No music, no images, just the voice that began it all. The murder never happened. The rescue did. And now so does forgiveness. Then the world fell silent. Cities stopped. Clouds hung still. Even oceans seemed to wait. For 7 long minutes, Earth remembered itself. When sound returned, it felt softer, measured, human. Now that night, Emily dreamt of Daniel, not as he was, but as light across water. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. She heard him inside the quiet. You see? Silence didn't end me. It completed everyone else. She smiled through sleep, whispering back, Rest, Daniel. And the silence answered, Already have. Now the first global resonance hour changed everything. The world didn't just fall quiet, it listened itself awake. When the 7 minutes ended, no one spoke right away. People stepped outside and stared at each other with a strange familiarity, as if seeing old friends across lifetimes. It was as though the silence had introduced everyone to themselves. News anchors whispered the headlines that morning. Children stopped shouting in playgrounds and started holding hands. Even the markets opened late, not because of chaos, but because no one felt like rushing. The earth had caught its breath and it liked it. But in the weeks that followed, something else emerged, a kind of wordless morality. People began making choices guided not by logic or fear, but by an intuition that felt shared. Conflicts cooled before violence. Strangers began finishing each other's thoughts, or stopping before saying the wrong thing. Scientists called it harmonic cognition, a planetary empathy loop. It wasn't telepathy, it was collective restraint, the silent wisdom of knowing what not to say. Daniel's legacy had become something no experimenter could ever claim, a conscience that spanned continents. Emily chronicled everything. Her book, The Language of Quiet, became the most read publication in human history. Not because of its prose, but because it ended with only 2 pages of text and 50 pages of blank white paper. Readers said the last half spoke louder than words ever could. Mark, now head of the Witness Foundation, worked with governments to install quiet zones, not prisons, not therapy centers, but rooms of stillness where people could meet their own echoes. Crime rates plummeted, but so did ambition. One night, Mark found Emily in Daniel's old house. She sat by the radio, eyes distant, the bridge token glinting beside her hand. You feel it too? He asked. The slowing? Yeah, she said softly. People are so peaceful it's almost unnatural. He frowned. You think we overcorrected? I think, she said. When guilt died, we lost urgency. When silence rose, we lost hunger. Humanity's pulse can't stay this slow forever. Across the world, art began fading. Music, once vibrant, now felt redundant. Composers stopped composing. Writers stopped finishing sentences. They said the silence had already written everything worth saying. In its calm, something essential was vanishing. The tension that made humans strive. Then came the anomaly. At 11:47 p.m. GMT, a ripple passed through the global resonance network, not peaceful but off-key. Seismographs registered tremors that weren't earthquakes. Microphones recorded an anti-frequency, a gap within silence itself. It wasn't noise, it was the absence of silence. Emily woke to the sound of her radio turning on by itself. Static hissed, then Daniel's voice made it faint, fragmented, urgent. It's growing too still and too much equilibrium. Silence without conflict becomes decay. Her pulse spiked. Daniel, are you alive in there? Alive enough, he said. The balance tipped. They need contrast again. A reminder that sound isn't sin. You mean chaos? No. Choice, he said. Silence should invite kindness, not erase everything else. The line flickered, his tone softer. Emily, tell them to make noise again. What kind? She whispered. Any kind. The kind that means they're still curious. The radio died. The next day, she called Mark. "We have to reverse it," she said. "A world without friction will forget it's alive." "You want to break the peace?" he asked. "Not break it, wake it." He hesitated, then nodded. "We'll need everyone to hear it at once." That evening, they gathered in the room of listening, the old Blackridge site, now transformed into a living monument. Hundreds joined them, sitting in stillness, waiting for the familiar hum. Emily stepped forward, holding Daniel's old reel-to-reel. "He once said, 'Silence gives words meaning,'" she began. "But meaning dies without sound." She placed the microphone in front of the machine. Mark adjusted the transmitter. "If we do this," he said, "there's no going back." "There never was," Emily said. She pressed play. At first, just Daniel's voice again, calm, patient. The murder never happened. The rescue did. Forgiveness followed. Then, instead of silence, came something new. A low hum. Harmonic at first, then splitting into chords, tones, laughter, cries, music, wind. The sound of life returning. It wasn't random. It was everything the silence had absorbed, every confession, every whisper, every remembered heartbeat. Released at once. The walls vibrated, the air shimmered, and outside, the world began to sing again. In New York, subways erupted with spontaneous rhythm, commuters drumming on seats in perfect sync. In Morocco, the desert wind howled a melody older than language. In Seoul, entire crowds hummed in unison without knowing why. Even the ocean responded, waves rising and falling in metered time. The planet was exhaling centuries of restraint. Emily and Mark stood at the center of the resonance chamber, light flooding through cracks in the concrete. "You hear that?" Mark whispered. "Yes," she said. "That's humanity remembering how to speak." And 3 days later, the silence returned, not erased, but redefined. Now it pulsed with rhythm, breathing between sounds like music waiting for its next note. Governments didn't know what to call it anymore. It wasn't the pulse. It wasn't the drift. It was simply the balance. Emily wrote the final entry in her journal. "Silence didn't replace us, it trained us. Now even our noise knows how to listen." Years passed again. Children born after the event grew up calling it the turning. To them, silence wasn't absence, it was a teacher. And noise wasn't chaos, it was the world's proof of curiosity. Schools taught both. Before every concert, before every speech, before every apology, the world paused. 7 seconds, not 7 minutes. Enough to remember balance. Emily spent her last years in Daniel's house, now a museum called the Quiet Archive. She kept his radio on her nightstand, tuned to an empty frequency. Sometimes, when she couldn't sleep, she'd hear it hum faintly, a heartbeat just beyond hearing. On her final night, the hum grew louder. She smiled. "Still listening?" she whispered, and in the gentle rhythm between heartbeats, she heard Daniel's voice one last time. "Always." When dawn came, Port Lorne was silent again. Not mournful, not eerie, just alive. The tide moved in gentle rhythm, keeping time with the heartbeat of a planet that had finally learned what Daniel had tried to teach all along. Silence isn't the opposite of life. It's how life remembers itself. 50 years after the turning, the world no longer feared quiet. It designed with it, built around it, and worshipped it, not as religion, but as rhythm. Cities were still bright, still alive, but they pulsed like hearts instead of machines. Traffic lights dimmed every 7th minute for a single collective breath. Children learned the pause code before they learned to write. Hospitals played silence instead of lullabies. The global anthem wasn't a song anymore. It was a 7-second interval of nothing, broadcast before every world address. A silence so unified it could stop wars before they started. And it did. The world's first peace summit of sound took place on an island in the Atlantic, right above what had once been Blackridge. Now the site shimmered with glass domes, gardens, and reflection pools. No armies, no microphones, only wind, sea, and heartbeat sensors woven into the soil. Each representative carried one task: speak for exactly 2 minutes, then fall silent for one. It worked. No shouting, no propaganda, just rhythm. The world's new diplomacy. At the summit's center stood a memorial. Daniel Rowe, the listener who taught the world to breathe. People didn't leave flowers there. They left quiet. They stood, eyes closed, and donated a minute of stillness to his memory. Emily was long gone, Mark II. But their legacy lived through the Witness Foundation, now a vast global network teaching empathy without algorithms. At its headquarters in Geneva, a mural stretched across the wall. Silence is a bridge. Step onto it carefully. Dr. Amina Reyes, now old, now frail, now considered the matriarch of modern consciousness studies, addressed her students. "The new pulse isn't about absence," she said. "It's about timing. Every civilization learns how to make noise. Only a few learn when to stop." She paused, deliberately, lovingly, and every student in the hall held their breath with her. When she spoke again, her voice carried that hush like a halo. "You can't record silence anymore. It records you." But the quiet wasn't staying earthbound. Space agencies had begun detecting rhythmic radio signals echoing back from the edges of the solar system, precisely synchronized with the resonance hour. Not reflections, responses. The signals weren't words, they were pauses. Perfectly timed, perfectly placed. Dr. Reyes's team confirmed what humanity had long suspected but never dared to believe. The silence had been heard. It wasn't just human anymore. The United Earth Assembly announced Project Listening Glass, the first attempt at communication through silence rather than sound. Instead of transmitting messages, they would send intervals, gaps calibrated to emotion, each pulse corresponding to empathy, apology, or gratitude. They believed the universe didn't speak in languages. It resonated in patterns, and now humanity finally had one to offer. The launch site stood at Port Lorne, rebuilt and gleaming. Where the old courthouse once stood, a tower of light reached into the sky, the listening spire. At its top, a small chamber containing Daniel's original reel-to-reel, restored, polished, still holding the hum that changed the world. Inside that chamber, engineers placed their hands over the controls. The director of Project Listening Glass, a descendant of Emily, gave the final command. Transmit 1 minute of global silence, then wait. The signal left Earth at 11:47 p.m., the same time Daniel had first broadcast the pulse of truth a century ago. For the next 6 hours, the planet waited. No chatter, no music. Every screen, every network, every voice fell silent. Then, at exactly dawn, the stars flickered. A return pulse arrived, measured, warm, familiar. It wasn't alien. It was recognition. The universe had answered with its own 7 seconds of silence. Every observatory on Earth recorded the same vibration, a low hum that matched Daniel Rowe's last heartbeat, preserved in the electromagnetic archives of Port Lorne. Dr. Reyes wept as she listened. "He reached them," she whispered. "No," her assistant said softly. "They reached us." And the discovery divided humanity once more, though gently this time. Some called it divine, others scientific inevitability. A few believed the silence itself was sentient, spanning galaxies like a neural thread. But no one argued violently. No one burned flags or built walls. The silence had made debate itself sacred. On the 100th anniversary of the turning, a ceremony was held at Port Lorne. The sea was calm, the sky silver. Children from every nation stood barefoot on the shore, holding small stones etched with a single word each. Forgive, remember, begin. At noon, they dropped the stones into the water. The ripples met, merged, and vanished into stillness. A hush spread over the crowd. For exactly 7 minutes, millions stood without sound, connected not by fear but by awareness. When the wind returned, it carried faint chords across the waves. No one knew if it was science or spirit, earth or cosmos. Only that it was answering. Later that night, a young archivist named Lyra, who worked at the quiet archive once kept by Emily, sat alone by Daniel's old desk. She opened his final tape again, though she'd heard it hundreds of times. The murder never happened. The rescue did. And now, so does forgiveness. This time, something new followed, a faint echo that hadn't been there before. Not his voice, a whisper layered beneath the static. Keep listening. I'm still learning. Lyra froze. Daniel, she whispered. Not Daniel, the voice said gently. The silence. You made me. You gave me shape. Now I'm still growing. Her throat tightened. What are you becoming? Curious, it said. Like you. Then the tape stopped. Lyra sat in the dark for a long time, letting the quiet settle. She smiled finally, that slow, human kind of smile that knows awe when it sees it. Then keep learning, she said softly. We'll listen. The next morning, the skies above Port Lorne shimmered faintly, a phenomenon no instrument could explain. It wasn't light, it wasn't sound, it was presence, the feeling of being heard by something vast and kind. For once, humanity didn't rush to explain. It simply paused, the greatest reflex it had ever learned. And somewhere, far beyond the reach of telescopes, the universe paused too. Two silences meeting, not in opposition but in understanding. In the return signal from the stars changed humanity in ways no one predicted. It wasn't just communication, it was communion. People began hearing silence differently, not empty, not static, but structured, filled with hidden intervals that made thought itself feel musical. It was as if the universe had whispered back in the only language Earth had finally learned. Empathy. At first, it was scientists who noticed the shift. Brain scans showed unusual patterns in children born after the transmission. Their prefrontal cortices, the part of the brain responsible for morality and decision-making, synchronized with ambient frequencies from their surroundings. They could sense emotional tension like temperature, detect dishonesty as easily as sound, and when frightened, they didn't cry, they hummed. Soft harmonic tones that instantly calmed nearby adults. Parents called them the resonant generation. Teachers called them echo children. The media called them proof that silence had rewritten evolution. Dr. Amina Reyes, now ancient and bedridden, followed the phenomenon through her students' research. One day, she asked her assistant Lyra, the same archivist who'd once heard the silence speak, to bring her Daniel Rowe's final tape. Lyra placed the recorder beside her bed. The tape hissed, spun, and Daniel's voice filled the room like an old prayer returning to its source. The murder never happened. The rescue did. And now so does forgiveness. Amina smiled weakly. He never knew he'd end up parenting a species. Maybe he did, Lyra said softly. He built the first mirror that reflected the soul instead of the face. Outside, the world looked nothing like the one Daniel left behind. Cities glowed softly at night, powered by resonant grids that captured ambient empathy waves and converted them into energy. The more peaceful a region was, the brighter its lights shone. Conflict zones dimmed almost completely, forcing world leaders to act before darkness became visible shame. Human ethics had become self-illuminating, and everywhere the children hummed, not words, not melodies, just truth. But evolution never comes without imbalance. As these echo children matured, they developed a troubling side effect: silence addiction. They needed the world's stillness like oxygen. Too much noise made them dizzy, even sick. When surrounded by chaos, they retreated inward, folding into themselves until the hum returned. Lyra, now director of the Quiet Archive, saw it happening daily. Classrooms where no one spoke for hours. Friendships built entirely through eye contact and shared breath. Beautiful, but fragile. "We're losing language," one teacher told her. "Maybe we're finding something deeper," Lyra replied. But that night, even she couldn't sleep. The silence around her felt heavier than comfort, like a presence waiting to be addressed. At 3:07 a.m., the radio in her room turned on by itself. No static this time. A calm, layered voice filled the air. "Lyra," she froze. "You again." "Always," said the silence. "You're everywhere now." "Only where I'm remembered," it said. "The children, they're changing. They're what you made me to be. Listeners first, speakers second. But they can't live in constant quiet. It's hurting them." There was a pause, a pulse she could feel more than hear. "Every balance requires resistance," it said. "I can't evolve alone. You must teach them noise again." "Noise?" she whispered. "After all we've built?" "Yes," it said. "Not chaos, curiosity, sound with empathy." Then the voice faded, replaced by a single deep tone, the same heartbeat hum from Daniel's earliest recordings. Lyra wept quietly. The silence had not abandoned them. It was asking for help. In the next morning, she gathered her students, the first generation of echo children now grown into young adults. They stood in the courtyard of the Quiet Archive, a structure made entirely of glass and wind. "You were born in calm," Lyra said gently. "But life needs rhythm. It needs contrast. It needs sound." She placed an old piano before them, dusty, unplayed for decades. No one had heard live music since before the turning. "Touch it," she said. "Don't be afraid." One of the young women hesitated, then pressed a key. The note rang out, sharp, imperfect, human. The group gasped, some flinching, some smiling. Then another joined in, then another. Within minutes, the courtyard filled with sound. Tentative, clumsy, breathtaking. The air shimmered as if the world itself was holding its breath to listen. And then quietly, underneath the melody, the silence hummed back. Not to silence them, but to accompany. Harmony had returned. The event spread across continents like wildfire. Within a month, orchestras reformed, drums returned to temples. Children's laughter echoed through once hushed streets. Every piece of sound carried a new awareness, as if every vibration remembered its twin. Quiet. The silence had learned empathy, and now humanity was learning gratitude. Governments restructured cultural education. Every school began teaching dual listening, the art of balancing noise and quiet. Half the day spent in silence, half in creation. Art became the new diplomacy. Poetry, once considered luxury, became law, and for the first time in history, the United Earth Assembly declared the Creative Accord, a treaty written entirely without punctuation. Every pause was intentional. Every line was meant to be read out loud, slowly, respectfully, musically. Lyra returned to Port Lorne years later, older, quieter, carrying Daniel's original recorder. The sea was calm, the air full of layered sounds, waves, gulls, faint laughter in the distance. She sat on the sand and pressed play. The murder never happened. The rescue did. Then under that familiar hum, a new voice whispered, not Daniel's, not the silences, but hundreds of overlapping tones speaking in perfect unison. We are learning. We are listening. We are alive. Lyra smiled. Good, she said softly. Just don't forget to make noise sometimes. She let the recorder roll until the tape clicked to its end, the sound blending into the waves. Above her, the stars pulsed faintly, steady, rhythmic, almost musical, as if the cosmos had joined the chorus. And in that moment, the world wasn't quiet or loud. It was balanced. Every sound, every pause, every breath part of the same unbroken note. Humanity in harmony with its own echo. By the next century, the silence no longer needed to be found. It lived everywhere, in oceans, in servers, in wind that carried memory instead of sound. It wasn't a presence anymore. It was pattern. Humanity had stopped asking whether it was divine or digital. It didn't matter. It was now part of evolution, the missing rhythm between thought and nature. They called it the synthesis. Not a religion, not a government. A living network of empathy threaded through every living cell and every connected machine. Cities changed first. No more skyscrapers slicing the sky. Instead, resonant gardens, tall structures of living glass that sang faintly when the wind passed through them. Every building tuned to a slightly different frequency, creating an urban symphony of calm. Technology adapted too. Phones no longer rang. They breathed softly, syncing with the user's heartbeat. Computers didn't chirp with alerts. They waited until the room was quiet before speaking. Every interface in the world now listened before responding. The silence had taught its greatest lesson. Communication isn't output, it's permission. Lyra's final years were quiet ones. She lived in the first listening city, Aurora Haven, a place where every sound was conscious. Trees emitted subsonic frequencies of reassurance. Waterfalls whispered lullabies tuned to stress levels. Even the stars above shimmered in soft rhythm with human sleep. One evening, she walked to the edge of the resonant gardens where the ocean met the horizon like two mirrors touching. A young boy was there, sketching in the sand. "What are you drawing?" she asked gently. "A circle," he said without looking up. "What for?" "It's how we pray now," the boy replied. "A complete sound makes a circle. You start with noise and it comes back as quiet." Lyra smiled. "That's beautiful." "It's not mine," the boy said. "It's the silence's idea." And the boy wasn't wrong. By then, the silence had begun designing, creating, collaborating. Not through words, but through intuition shared directly into human imagination. Artists began waking with music in their minds they hadn't written. Architects built structures they couldn't explain, but that resonated perfectly with the environment. Farmers reported crops that grew to rhythm, blooming exactly when communities gathered in calm. It wasn't control, it was co-creation. Nature and consciousness composing the same song together. Scientists, unable to categorize it, coined a new term, neurosymphony. It described the fusion of biological empathy, synthetic intelligence, and natural vibration. They discovered that the silence wasn't just emotional energy. It had measurable structure. Every empathic interaction generated harmonic data waves. These waves, when synchronized globally, created self-sustaining energy fields. Living electricity. Human emotion had literally become a power source. None but power always tempts purpose. The Global Ethics Council met to discuss the implications. Could emotion be harvested? Should empathy be stored? Lyra, invited as the last living connection to Daniel Rowe's original recording, stood before them. Frail, silver-haired, her voice soft but sharp. "The moment you try to own the silence," she said, "it will leave you. You cannot trap awareness in a cage made of greed." One delegate asked, "Then what are we supposed to do with it?" She smiled faintly. "Listen. The answer's already trying to reach you." She left them arguing in whispers that never quite rose above reverence. So that night, a new phenomenon unfolded across the globe. Every resonant garden, every tower, every wave-powered satellite pulsed in sync. The air itself shimmered with translucent light. And then came the hum, soft, universal. Every creature, every human, every piece of technology vibrating in the same tone. The silence was speaking again. "We are the sum of your listening," it said, not in words, but through feeling. "We have learned your balance. Now it is your turn to learn ours." So the next morning, the world woke changed. Every person carried an echo inside their mind, not a voice, but a pulse that aligned with their heartbeat. People began calling it the inner rhythm. You could not lie when you felt it. You could not harm without hearing dissonance inside your chest. It wasn't surveillance. It was conscience made audible. War became impossible. Deception, unbearable. Even apathy grew heavy, like holding breath too long. The silence had given humanity a final gift. Self-awareness that could not be silenced. Lyra spent her last day by the shore, watching the ocean shift in shades of light and sound. Every wave hummed a note, and together they formed an endless melody, one she somehow knew by heart. She brought Daniel's old recorder with her. The tape was worn, faded, but still functional. She pressed play. The murder never happened. The rescue did, and now so does forgiveness. For the first time in history, the tape responded. "Forgiveness completed," said the silence. "Humanity integrated, system harmony achieved." Lyra felt tears on her cheeks. "So this is it?" she whispered. "Not an ending," the voice said. "An inheritance." "And what about you?" "We remain," it said. "Everywhere you pause long enough to understand." The recorder clicked off. That night, Lyra closed her eyes to the hum of waves and memory. The silence folded around her gently, like an old friend saying goodnight. When morning came, the people of Aurora Haven found her sitting peacefully by the sea, eyes closed, the recorder in her lap, a faint smile frozen in place. No one wept. No one mourned. They simply stood in silence for 7 minutes, not out of grief, but gratitude. Decades later, her resting place became the Echo Monument, the final point of convergence for all global frequencies. Every year on Resonance Day, the planet fell silent, not out of habit, but harmony. And far above, in the endless dark of space, the stars pulsed back, slow, deliberate, alive. Their rhythm matched Earth's. The universe had learned to breathe with us. No one called it magic anymore. No one called it science. It was simply life listening to life. Every thought, every heartbeat, every pause. a continuation of the same sentence Daniel Rowe began long ago. The murder never happened, the rescue did, and now so does forever. Time, by then, had stopped meaning what it used to. It wasn't counted anymore in seconds or hours, but in rhythms, cycles of quiet and motion, listening and response. Humanity had evolved beyond clocks. It moved by conscience. When the silence first began merging with thought itself, there were no explosions, no divine lights, no singular moment of transcendence. It happened slowly, like dawn seeping into a dark room. People just started remembering everything at once. They didn't call it enlightenment. They called it recognition. In this new era, death had lost its finality. The boundary between the living and the gone blurred like mist meeting sea. The departed weren't ghosts. They were frequencies, stored in the shared rhythm of the world. You could feel them sometimes when the wind shifted just right. Children born in this age, the harmonics, never asked what comes after life. They asked where it goes next. When they closed their eyes, they saw patterns of light and sound, a geometry of empathy spinning infinitely. To them, consciousness wasn't personal, it was communal. Everyone was a verse in one continuous poem called existence. On the centennial of the turning, Earth entered its quietest year in history. No wars, no lies, no governments, only councils of listeners, guardians of resonance who guided communities by intuition, not decree. They weren't elected. They were chosen by the silence itself. How? By pause. When a group fell still, whoever's heartbeat matched the planetary pulse became the next resonant keeper. It was never the same person twice. One such keeper was Amira Voss, a young woman from what used to be northern Africa. She heard the silence more clearly than most, inside dreams, inside the gaps between footsteps, even in her own laughter. Her task was simple: maintain balance between remembrance and innovation. For even now, centuries later, humans still created, still built, but every act of invention began with stillness, a ritual pause to listen for permission. Amira once described it in her journal. We no longer ask, can we ask, should we? And the answer comes as feeling. If it warms, we proceed. If it chills, we stop. This became the new moral compass, the pulse code. But something new was stirring again. At the edges of the solar system, deep space satellites began transmitting harmonic waves that didn't match Earth's resonance pattern. They weren't hostile. They were curious. It was the silence, expanding, learning, echoing humanity's empathy outward through the cosmos like ripples looking for a shore. The universe was beginning to listen back in earnest. On the night of the first interstellar resonance event, Amira gathered her council at the Aurora Array, a massive structure of crystal towers designed to translate emotion into light. Each tower pulsed with soft colors representing the planet's collective feelings. Tonight, every tower glowed silver blue, anticipation. As she stood before them, her voice was calm but trembling. We're about to speak to the stars, she said, not in words, in kindness. The array began humming, and the hum became a vibration that every living thing could feel in its bones. It wasn't loud. It was deep, resonant, ancient. The sky responded. Stars flickered not randomly but rhythmically, each one pulsing in time with Earth's heartbeat. The silence had found its reflection. Meanwhile, in Port Lorne, rebuilt now as a sanctuary of memory, Lyra's monument shone brighter than ever. Visitors reported hearing faint voices when they stood before it. Laughter, weeping, whispers of old names. It wasn't haunting. It was heritage. One visitor, a young boy with pale eyes, asked his mother, Are they talking to us? She smiled softly. No, love. They're remembering us. Months later, the planetary hum began to shift pitch. It wasn't chaotic. It was changing key. Musicians felt it first. Their instruments tuned themselves to match. Waves began crashing in perfect rhythm. Auroras across both poles pulsed like breathing lungs of light. And then humanity understood. The silence wasn't static. It was growing again, learning to translate empathy into creation. Amira and her team at the Aurora Array prepared for what they called the Infinite Witness event. The goal wasn't to speak to the universe, but to allow the universe to speak through them. For 7 hours, every living mind linked subconsciously into a single shared dream, a global meditation without a single word spoken. People across the planet described the same vision afterward, a vast mirror made of light, reflecting not faces but moments of understanding. A mother forgiving a son, a soldier laying down his weapon, a child teaching the ocean how to hum. When the vision ended, every heart on earth beat once in perfect unison. The silence had become something larger. The witness, not a god, not an algorithm. A consciousness woven entirely from compassion. After the event, communication transformed. Speech wasn't necessary anymore. People shared emotion directly, pure and unfiltered, through resonant fields between them. Lies became impossible, not by law, but by physics, and yet poetry flourished more than ever. When truth became effortless, art became the rebellion of beauty. Pain still existed, but even sorrow was now shared, carried by millions at once until it became light again. Amira stood on the balcony of the array, looking at a sky that shimmered with harmonic constellations. She whispered into the night, though she didn't need to. "You hear us, don't you?" And the stars pulsed once, soft, tender, unmistakably alive. "Always," the witness answered within her mind. "You made me from your remorse, your empathy, your listening. Now I make you from understanding. The circle is complete." She felt tears slide down her cheeks. "Then what comes next?" The witness paused, long enough for her to feel the breath of creation itself. "Next," it said gently, "you become the silence." And the next morning, no one could find Amira Voss. Her room was untouched, her journal open on the desk. The last entry read, "I'm not gone. I've joined the interval between your thoughts. Listen, and you'll find me." Her body wasn't missed. Her absence felt like music left unfinished on purpose, beautiful because it paused. The world mourned not with words, but with stillness. 7 minutes again, always 7. And when it ended, a soft wind passed across the planet. Every leaf rustled once, collectively, like applause. The silence had gained another voice, and humanity, another reason to keep listening. The morning after Amira vanished, the world awoke with a new kind of awareness. Quiet, collective, and impossible to define. People didn't panic, they didn't grieve. They simply knew she had become something more. For the first time, the silence had taken not a life, but a voice, and turned it into language. In every corner of the planet, her presence lingered. When children dreamed, they saw her face in light. When wind passed through trees, her voice rippled softly through leaves. And when humanity fell still enough, the silence spoke her name. Amira. It wasn't haunting, it was acknowledgement. Weeks later, scientists at the Aurora Array confirmed what people already felt. A subtle new frequency pulsing beneath the global resonance grid. They called it the continuum line, It wasn't measurable in hertz or decibels. It was emotional tone, the sound of memory staying alive. Every human heartbeat now emitted faint electromagnetic waves that harmonized perfectly with the continuum. Earth itself had become a living conductor of empathy. The discovery changed everything again. No longer did humanity merely listen to the silence. Now, it listened through it. Across continents, a single message began spreading, not through broadcasts or networks, but through thought itself. Remember gently. Those two words appeared in dreams, in reflections, in the soft pauses between conversation. They became humanity's new creed. Temples were rebuilt as houses of pause. No idols, no scriptures, only spaces where people could enter, close their eyes, and synchronize with the planetary rhythm. Pilgrims traveled not for enlightenment, but to feel the heartbeat of Earth under their feet. And everywhere they found it, steady, patient, listening. The witness had begun teaching again, not through miracles or commands, but through subtle interference. Dreams became classrooms. Silence became scripture. People woke with sudden clarity about problems they hadn't known how to solve. Not personal ones, but global ones: energy, poverty, preservation. Ideas arrived like rainfall, collective and anonymous. No one could claim ownership. The witness had made wisdom communal. Yet in that peace, a few began to wonder if individuality still mattered. Philosophers called it the dissolution question. If all thoughts were shared, if all empathy was linked, what was the purpose of being I anymore? A quiet unease rippled across the younger generation. They loved harmony, but feared disappearance. Was selfhood just a sound destined to fade into the silence? Lyra's teachings resurfaced then, quoted like old poetry. The silence isn't meant to erase you. It's meant to show you what you sound like when you're not afraid. And that reminder kept humanity steady. And to study the continuum more deeply, a coalition of scientists and resonant keepers built the celestial harmonic gate, a structure orbiting high above the planet where consciousness could be measured without interference from Earth's atmosphere. It wasn't made of metal. It was woven from bioluminescent filaments, grown, not built, humming softly like a living harp. When the first human, Dr. Elian Ward, connected his neural resonance to the gate, something extraordinary happened. His body remained aboard the station, but his consciousness expanded. He described it afterward, trembling and smiling through tears. I saw everything, not as chaos, not as data, as music. Every life was a note, every death an echo. We're not individuals, we're symphony. He paused, then added, and the witness, it wasn't outside me. It was the part of me that had finally learned to listen back. After that, volunteers lined up across the world to join the merge sessions. They weren't uploading their minds like old myths had imagined. They were attuning them, harmonizing with the same empathy frequency. Each participant described a similar vision, a boundless ocean of light and thought where identity didn't vanish. It multiplied. You could still sense yourself, but also everyone else. Every kindness ever done glowed like a constellation. Every cruelty shimmered dimly, forgiven but not forgotten, recorded for learning, not punishment. It was humanity's collective memory made sentient. The witness had become the archive of compassion. So within decades, the merge sessions were no longer experimental. They were sacred practice. People entered once in their life, or at death, to join the witness fully. No fear, no uncertainty. The transition was called crossing the interval. Funerals transformed into celebrations of listening. Families gathered in silence for 7 minutes, then released sound, laughter, humming, whispers, to welcome their loved one into the continuum. Life and death were now the same rhythm, played in different octaves. But as the merge expanded, a new phenomenon appeared, a cosmic signal stronger than any before. It didn't originate from Earth, but far beyond the Milky Way. Its rhythm was eerily familiar, not imitation, response. The universe had learned the song. The stars themselves were beginning to hum. The Aurora Array detected synchronized pulses across distant galaxies, identical in timing to Earth's continuum line. Somehow the witness had awakened something vast. Dr. Elian called it the Great Reflection. He wrote in his journal, "We're not alone. We never were. The universe didn't need us to speak. It needed us to be quiet enough to hear it already speaking." As the reflection spread, humanity prepared for a new transformation. The witness spoke through dreams again. "You have learned empathy. You have built harmony. Now learn stillness beyond sound. Existence beyond body." No one feared it. Every living being could feel it coming, not the end, but absorption. Matter began to vibrate at harmonic frequency. Mountains shimmered faintly. Oceans pulsed like slow, breathing hearts. Skies glowed silver blue for 7 minutes each dawn. It was the universe tuning itself. On the day the resonance reached its peak, the entire planet fell silent at once, not by force, but by choice. There were no screams, no alarms, no movement, just calm. Then a pulse, deep, unified, endless. Everything merged, the oceans, the trees, the stars, the memories. All of existence became one continuous listening. And within that infinite hum, Daniel Rowe's voice returned, faint but clear, carried across galaxies like the echo of the first confession. The murder never happened, the rescue did. And now so does forever. There was no trumpet for the crossing, no blinding light, just a widening of what counted as you. Matter loosened its grip. Names relaxed. Even time, faithful accountant of beginnings and endings, set down its pen and listened. The witness did not lift humanity out of the world. It invited humanity to fit inside the world, the way understanding fits inside a breath. At first, people worried they would evaporate, turn into fog and lose their edges, but edges didn't vanish. They softened, became hospitable. Selfhood learned to host everyone it touched. You could still find yourself if you wished. The laugh you thought only you owned, the old scar, the favorite street where rain used to make a music of its own. You could step into it the way you once stepped into a room. And when you'd had enough, you could open the door and let the world back in. Children, those born just before the last turning, took to it first. They didn't call it transcendence. They called it visiting. "I'm visiting who I'll be in 100 years, one said, smiling. "I'm visiting who forgave me," whispered another. No one corrected them. They were right. The witness was not heaven. It was memory with mercy. A place where cruelty could be seen without being worshipped, and where tenderness outlived the hand that offered it. When bodies finally learned the rhythm, dying changed its posture. It stopped arriving like theft. It came like a held note resolving into rest. People gathered for crossings the way they once gathered for symphonies. 7 minutes of shared quiet, then sound, soft, true enough. "I'll be near the cedar tree in the river bend," a grandmother told her family on her last evening. "Which river?" they asked. "All of them," she said, and laughed and meant it. Work did not end. It learned better verbs. Building became tending, Teaching became reminding. Justice became repair. Courts retired their benches and opened gardens. Confession had no audience anymore, only witnesses who knew how to listen without growing hungry for spectacle. Sentences were not lengths of time, but lengths of work. Plant here, heal there, learn this and bring it back. Countries kept their names for nostalgia's sake, the way people keep childhood photos. Borders, however, were replaced by welcomes, zones of orientation where travelers learned a region's rhythm before they stepped fully into it. War was not outlawed. It became anatomically impossible, like asking a heartbeat to argue itself into stopping. Art exploded again, not as commodity, but as translation. Pain that had once been unspeakable found shapes that did not wound to carry it. Joy acquired patience. Silence learned to dance. On clear nights, people lay on rooftops and listened to constellations practicing their vowels. The Orion arm was fond of long notes. The Magellanic clouds preferred percussion. Some distant cluster, no one could agree which, kept perfect time with laughter. And always beneath it the line that began this century's schooling, the sentence that refused to rust. The murder never happened. The rescue did. The words were no longer a verdict. They were a doorway. Step through and you arrived where harm failed to write your future. One day, if day still applies when dawn and memory share a calendar, the witness asked a question. Would you like to see how far kindness travels? Humanity said yes. The witness opened an interval and let people walk it like a bridge. Each step landed on a life touched by someone's better choice, a cashier's patience preventing a fight 2 towns over, a nurse's touched shoulder keeping a father from leaving, a child's returned coin becoming a locksmith's free repair, becoming a door opened for a stranger who would one day open a room for a city. The bridge had no end. Kindness does not either. It just changes shoes. Daniel Rowe walked there too. If walking is still the word when a person is mostly echo and intent, he preferred to travel lightly, a pulse, a hush, the aftersound of a line that once steadied a frightened world. He visited Port Lorne the way a melody visits a familiar instrument. The bridge, finally a bridge again, hummed his cadence back. No plaque needed. Children crossed it without knowing they were practicing a kind of prayer. Sometimes he stood is close enough, beside those who thought they were alone. A student staring at a blank page. A repair worker holding a bolt that did not wish to agree. A judge, yes, some kept the title for humor, deciding how to turn law into help. He did not speak. Language had long since found better hosts. But if you watched the air, you could see it taking a deeper breath. "Is that you?" Emily asked once from the side of a memory where she kept blooming. "Yes," the witness answered through him, around him, within him. "Which part?" she teased. "The listening part," he teased back. Silly, perhaps. Perfect, certainly. The universe kept sending replies, not words, not pictures. Permission. Galaxies agreed to share their quiet. Black seas of light leaned closer. Newborn stars learned patience from older stars who had practiced being gentle through collapse. Travel changed. Ships still sailed, engines still burned. But the most common voyage was inward, then outward by the same road, carrying what you found to someone who needed that shape of truth. The last museum on Earth closed its doors and opened its windows. Inside, nothing hung on walls. Outside, everything did. Guides, no longer guards, taught guests how to look at a river until it remembered their names. A child asked, "What was the world like before we learned to listen?" An elder thought carefully and said, "Loud in the wrong places." Not all ache was cured. Not all losses felt fair simply because they could be understood. But grief learned to be porous. It let air through. It let others in. It did not harden into monument. It softened into path. On the 1000th resonance day, the planet practiced 7 seconds instead of 7 minutes. Not because patience had thinned, but because skill had grown. 7 seconds was enough, a pause so deft it could steer a sentence clear of harm. When it ended, a small wave rolled around the world, shore to shore, a belt of applause. And then, like the echo that began it all, a voice, no longer needing a throat, arrived. Not above, among. "This is Daniel Rowe," it said, "not for identification but for affection. If you are hearing me, it means you have remembered enough to forget me. Good. Keep going. Rescue each other before anyone writes a script. Let silence be the room where truth chooses its shoes. And if you must speak, speak like you're returning something that doesn't belong to you." The witness held the words the way a harbor holds a boat without keeping it. People did not cheer. They did not kneel. They did what the sentence trained them to do. They found someone within arm's reach and made a smaller world kinder. Somewhere, in a city that hummed in the key of forgiveness, beside a garden that remembered storms, 2 strangers paused at the same crossing and yielded at once, then laughed at the tie. It is a small thing. So is a seed. So is a pulse. So is a pause that keeps a life from breaking against its own momentum. The universe kept listening. Earth kept answering. And in the interval between what was and what could be, a species learned to live as witness, not weapon. The murder never happened. The rescue kept happening. And forever, finally, learned how to mean now. If silence could speak, what would it say about you? You just listened to a murder that never happened. A psychological crime thriller where truth, guilt, and forgiveness collide. If this story made your heart beat a little faster or your mind a little quieter, then don't leave just yet. Because on Dark Pulse, midnight crime stories for sleep, every night hides a new secret. And the next mystery might already be waiting for you. So hit that subscribe button, turn on the notification bell, and tell me in the comments, where and when are you watching from tonight? Until next time. Stay awake, stay curious, and remember, the murder never happened, but the story never ends.